writing a diary to vent and let Iron Man see it. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 176, Shield and Iron meet. Winter Soldier is killed. Secretary of State Ross looked a little suspicious. He didn't believe that the machine malfunctioned in the 30 seconds. He wondered if Tony Stark had done something. And Tony Stark was definitely capable of doing such a thing. But he really couldn't find any evidence, so he could only ask tentatively. No, he told me to go to hell. Tony Stark turned around and said, then I'd better go back to the base, but you can call me anytime. I'll put you on standby, because I like to see the phone light flashing. Tony Stark said sarcastically, but he didn't expect that his words would come true. Everyone suddenly remembered the scene in the previous diary video, when Tony Stark hung up Secretary of State Ross directly, which really came true. Everyone looked at Tony Stark, feeling that even now, Tony Stark was still very worried about Captain America Rogers, which showed that Tony Stark was still a very loyal person. However, this was only for now, because the problem between them was not just a misunderstanding, but a real problem that could not be solved. Bucky, the Winter Soldier, killed Tony Stark's parents. This is a dead end. Unless Tony Stark gives up the pursuit, no one can solve this problem. When Captain America Rogers saw this scene, he felt mixed emotions, guilt, and emotion. They could have been very good friends if it weren't for this mistaken God's trick. At this moment, in the picture, Tony Stark had already finished putting on armor in the helicopter. Compared with the suitcase armor he carries with him now, the new armor is obviously more convenient. In different videos, everyone can almost see that Tony Stark's armor is in a state of continuous improvement. But then a scene that shocked everyone happened. That is, behind Tony Stark, Black Panther T'Challa drove a very technological plane behind him, but was not discovered by Tony Stark. This seems to have appeared in the previous Civil War. The King of Wakanda. Is Wakanda's technology so advanced? Bruce Banner said, a little puzzled. The fighter plane he flies doesn't even make much noise. Even in a storm, most of the sound is covered up. But it's not easy to follow Tony without being detected by the radar on Tony's armor. Or, Tony, you didn't add a macro radar to the armor at all? Everyone stared at this fighter plane and found that it did not belong to any known major country. In other words, it was probably developed by Wakanda alone. Impossible. Of course I will add a radar, otherwise how can I lock the target? Tony Stark said directly. If the armor does not have a radar, it is the same as being blind. Now even if the F-22 is in front of me, it can't be completely invisible, not to mention that the sound is so low that I can't notice it when flying. Tony Stark said, this can only mean that Wakanda is probably more advanced than what we know. Wasn't there a parallel universe in the zombie universe before? Wakanda is a developed region, but we in the outside world don't know anything about it. How is this possible? How did they develop with such a small population? Black Widow Natasha said in complete disbelief. According to the population data released by Wakanda, it is just a small country in Africa. In the modern scientific research field, the number of people is king. To develop such advanced technology, the population required for aerospace development alone requires all the personnel in Wakanda to join the battle. It really gave us a big surprise. Tony Stark narrowed his eyes and said, the most reasonable explanation is that they may have obtained alien technology outside the Earth at some point, so the technology can be so advanced. Nick Fury thought about it, and it seemed to make sense, because they also used a lot of alien technology inside S.H.I.E.L.D., and the source was very complicated, mainly the Skrulls. But he was still very curious. Although he was an American, he was essentially black. As a black man, he was more or less proud of the fact that Africa had a powerful black country. This was a normal emotion. However, at this time, the scene continued. Captain America Rogers and Winter Soldier Bucky also rushed to the base, and they could just see the tracked vehicle driven by Colonel Zemo. Before getting off the plane, Captain America and Bucky also took their weapons. The next journey was not a play for them, but a bloody battle. There were several super powerful winter soldiers who were as strong as Bucky. The two of them had to fight 5, but it didn't matter. 2 against 5, the advantage was mine. Do you remember that year when we had to take a refrigerated truck and sit in the cold storage at the back to Rockaway Beach? Before getting off the plane, Captain America broke the silence and said something that only old people of their age could understand. After all, in this era, there might be only 2 of them who were still alive at that age. Occasionally, there might be some long-lived people who might be lying in bed now, such as Carter Page. Is that the time you bought Rugal with our subway money? Bucky asked back, with a smile on his face. You spent $3 to win a teddy bear for some red-haired woman. Captain America said jokingly. What was her name? Doris. You call her Ziodo. She must be 100 years old now. So are we, man. Captain America Rogers, who was off screen, couldn't help but feel emotional when he heard this. Although it was indeed more than 70 years ago, it was not that long ago for him, who was frozen in ice. That was his era, and this era, no matter how advanced the technology is, and how convenient life is, it is not his era. Even now, he is not used to such a life. In the picture, before the T came to the secret base, Captain America Rogers looked at it and said, he must have only been here for a few hours. That's enough to wake them up. Bucky, the Winter Soldier, said Bucky, with a worried look on his face. Probably no one knows better than him how terrifying these former comrades are. Any one of them, if left alone, could cause great damage. Just like he could easily kill a political figure of a small country in the midst of heavy defense. This is a basic ability. The two walked all the way in, took the elevator down to the deepest part, and went to the depths carefully. Suddenly, the two heard the sound of a door opening from behind, and the two almost immediately tacitly took a defensive posture. In the war, they didn't know how many crises they had dealt with in this way. But when the door opened, they saw the figure of Tony Stark in armor. Just when the two were hesitating whether to launch the attack first, Tony Stark took the lead in removing his helmet, showing his kindness and no malice. Your vigilance is not bad. Tony Stark immediately found a topic and said, it's not easy today. Captain America said, but at this time he was still a little vigilant. After all, they had just fought a battle. Even though Iron Man Tony Stark didn't seem to be here to arrest them, he still had some caution. Tony Stark continued, relax, soldier, I'm not coming for you. Then what are you doing here? Captain America asked. Behind him, Bucky never put down his gun. Obviously, he was still very alert to Tony Stark's presence. Maybe what you said is not that crazy, Tony Stark said as he approached. Maybe, Ross doesn't know I'm here, and I don't want him to know. Tony Stark looked around and said, otherwise I would arrest myself. He acted harmless. It sounds like there's a lot of paperwork to do. Nice to meet you, Tony. Captain America Rogers let down his guard and said easily. Tony Stark sneered, letting Captain America let down his guard, knowing that this was a friend who came to help him. Me too, Captain. Tony Stark replied, but then he looked at Bucky who had been pointing a gun at him and said, brainwash warrior, you defeated us. We have called a truce. You can put down your gun. The tense situation of the three men was slightly relieved, and they walked inside. Behind them, the figure of Black Panther T'Challa had already appeared, quietly following the three. Obviously, he came with bad intentions, otherwise, he would not have followed quietly without saying hello to Tony Stark. At this time, everyone knew that the situation was already very critical. There might be a group of Winter Soldiers ambushing in the dark, and Black Panther T'Challa was following behind. I read the heat source. The deeper they went inside, the more cautious the three people were, because a group of super soldiers might appear at any time to attack them. Tony Stark said carefully, while detecting with a heat source detector. But at the same time, it also reminded Tony Stark outside the screen that this method might not be completely effective, because he could not detect the Black Panther T'Challa behind him with the heat source detector. How many are there? Captain America Rogers followed the last one in the team and asked. One. Tony Stark was also a little confused. Why is there only one? The three walked in and found that it was a very empty secret room. Inside, a series of freezers came into their sight, and the people frozen in the freezers were none other than the Winter Soldiers. Chapter 177 Everyone, what? Sokovia was bombed? Suddenly, the voice of Colonel Zemo came from all around. If this is considered comfort, then they died in their sleep. The three were surprised to find that the Winter Soldiers, whom they feared the most and wanted to stop the resurrection the most, were killed directly, and no one was left. Things were completely different from what they thought. Colonel Zemo did not wake up these Winter Soldiers, and even killed them all. Or they guessed wrong from the beginning. Colonel Zemo did not intend to wake these people up, let alone use them to kill the Avengers for revenge. Or he did not need such revenge, he had his own goals. And all this, not only the Shield Iron Winter Soldier and Black Panther T'Challa in the picture could not understand, even the people outside the picture were dumbfounded, and they could not understand what kind of situation this was. This was completely different from the psychological profile they gave Colonel Zemo at the beginning. In their setting, this should be a supervillain who was so arrogant that he wanted to use a few Winter Soldiers to subvert the world and rule the world. But the reality was completely different. He did not hesitate to get rid of these Winter Soldiers who might be his helpers. Do you think I want more people like you? Facing everyone's doubts, Colonel Zemo said indifferently. What is that? Bucky said in shock. He never thought that these Winter Soldiers were all dead, and they were killed in their sleep. The combat power of these Winter Soldiers is very terrible. No matter who gets them, they will be a terrible combat power. That's why he was so anxious to bring Captain America Rogers to stop them, because he was afraid that Colonel Zemo would release these people and eventually lead to the destruction of lives. But I'm grateful to them, grateful that they led you here. Colonel Zemo's cold voice continued to echo in the secret room. Then a light turned on, and Colonel Zemo's figure appeared behind a window. The captain first wanted to use the vibranium shield to break this glass, but there was no way. This glass was made of unknown materials and could not be broken at all. Please, Captain, the Soviets designed this room to withstand O-100 missiles. Colonel Zemo looked at Captain America Rogers' futile look. His face was very proud, and he said with a smile, I bet there is a stronger firepower than mine. Tony Stark said, not believing in evil. Although it seems difficult to break here, he is not without such equipment. I believe you, Mr. Stark, in time. Colonel Zemo replied, and he was not surprised at all by the appearance of Tony Stark. But in that case, you will have no way of knowing why you are here. In other words, this was originally a trap set by him, including the death of the psychiatrist discovered by Tony Stark, who was originally discovered by him deliberately notifying the room service to go in, and then let people find out, and let Tony Stark discover the truth of his existence, etc. God knows how long he worked hard to plan such a perfect plan, and now the plan is implemented perfectly. Tony Stark is here. If Tony Stark didn't come, how could he make the two sides fight each other? If only external forces were used, such as the 5 Winter Soldiers joining forces to target the Avengers, it would only make them more united, and there would be no meaning. Captain America Rogers stepped forward and asked righteously, did you kill innocent people in Vienna just to lure us here? At the same time, Black Panther heard this sentence in the back, and seemed to be thinking about it. He had figured it out. It turned out that the person who killed his father was not Bucky, the Winter Soldier, as he thought. He and everyone else were fooled. In fact, the real person who did it was this guy. Colonel Zemo killed his father, causing a sensation around the world, but it was just to attract Captain America Rogers and Tony Stark. In other words, his father was just unlucky to be chosen to be this unlucky guy. If it were any other politician, it would be almost the same. The result is the same. If he is not a politician, not the king of a country, he can't form such an influence at all, let alone force the Avengers to have an internal conflict. Colonel Zemo just sneered when he heard this and ignored his question, but said, for more than a year, I have been thinking about you, studying you, and tracking you, but now that you are standing here, I realize that there is a little green in your blue eyes. It's good to be able to find flaws. Are you Sokovian? Captain America Rogers asked firmly. Is it for this? Tony Stark felt guilty about the Sokovia incident because he created Ultron and caused so many things. He was the source and was responsible. Although he essentially wanted to better protect humans, the things had already been done and he couldn't not take responsibility. But for Captain America Rogers, this matter had nothing to do with him. He was passively involved, and then he participated in the rescue of people in Sokovia. He had a clear conscience. He tried his best, and tried to save the locals as much as possible. So when Secretary of State Ross forced him to sign the Sokovia Accords, he could refuse with confidence. After all, what did it have to do with him? But Tony Stark couldn't. Otherwise, with Tony Stark's self-centered personality, how could he easily bow his head? With the strength of Stark Industries, even if you are the Secretary of State, the fourth person in the United States, it is not impossible to touch you. Moreover, as a soldier, his sense of right and wrong is not exactly the same as Tony Stark's. To save the majority, sometimes a small part can be sacrificed. However, what everyone did not expect was that Colonel Zemo said, Sokovia was already beyond repair before it was blown up by you. No, I came here for a promise, Tony Stark said. Hearing this, Captain America Rogers said thoughtfully, you lost someone. Hearing this, Colonel Zemo was silent for a while, and then said, I lost everyone, and you will too. At this time, everyone outside the screen was still in a state of extreme shock. Bombed Sokovia. Everyone's mind was blank. How could this happen? How could Sokovia be blown up? They didn't understand, but they vaguely knew that there had been a big battle there, which was shown in the death of Quicksilver. But the situation at that time seemed a little wrong. But they didn't think about it at that time. But now that they were reminded of this, everyone took a breath of cold air, as if they understood something. But at this time, there was no time to think about it, because more exciting content was coming later. After Colonel Zemo finished speaking, he directly pressed a button and played a video in the secret room, and a line of subtitles appeared on the video. December 16th, 1992. Captain America Rogers glanced at Colonel Zemo and then started watching. Behind him, outside the secret room, Colonel Zemo just said coldly, an empire overthrown by the enemy can still make a comeback, but an empire collapsed from the inside will perish forever. At this time, everyone still didn't know what happened. Tony Stark came to the screen and was shocked by the content inside. The road inside was the road where his parents died. He had been to that road countless times. Countless times when he missed his parents, he would come to that road to pay tribute to his parents, so he was too familiar with it. Tony Stark immediately said, I know this road. What is it? Colonel Zemo didn't say much about this and refused to say a word. At this time, the picture turned and returned to the picture of 1991 in the Hydra base. At this time, the Hydra base had not been scrapped. At that time, the powerful Soviet Empire was still there. At the same time, it also made everyone realize that it was not just the Americans who were parasitized by Hydra, but also the Soviets. They also absorbed a large number of Hydra scientists and talents, and were also parasitized in this way. After World War II, the two major powers won the final victory for themselves, but they did not expect that Hydra had quietly controlled everything in secret. The door was opened by entering the password, and Bucky the Winter Soldier was freed from freezing. Then Captain America Rogers was very distressed to see Bucky the Winter Soldier being put in front of a machine and being electrocuted crazily, and there were several soldiers holding submachine guns and staring at him. No matter how Bucky screamed, these people were equally unmoved. At this time, the officer behind him began to try to wake up Bucky in Russian. Desire. Rust. 17. Dawn. Furnace. 9. Kindness. Return to the motherland. 1. Train carriage. As he finished reading the last key to start the game, Bucky was completely awakened. Good morning, soldier. The Hydra officer put down the notebook and said, willing to obey. Bucky said. The Hydra officer said, I have a mission for you, to sanction and retrieve, and leave no one alive. It was also the first time that everyone saw how Hydra brainwashed people and how to wake up a brainwashed machine. Especially Tony Stark. At this time, his eyes looking at Bucky in the picture were also softer, without the murderous intent at the beginning. He might be furious and boiling with murderous intent, but that was based on the fact that his parents were killed. If he hadn't seen the scene of Bucky the Winter Soldier being thwarted and controlled by someone, he might not have had any sympathy. But at this moment, the murderous intent in his heart also weakened a little. Chapter 178. Tony explodes after witnessing the death of his parents. Tony Stark understands many truths, but it is difficult to control his anger. Especially if Bucky the Winter Soldier appears in front of him now, he will take action immediately. Controlling one's emotions is easy to say, but it is actually difficult to do. Not to mention a playboy like Tony Stark, who has been a playboy all his life, dares to make trouble at congressional hearings, and does not take all the members of Congress seriously. Learning to control emotions is not a compulsory course for him. The second generation of rich people and the first generation of rich people often have completely different ideas. However, after seeing with his own eyes how Bucky the Winter Soldier was awakened as it all, the anger in his heart suddenly weakened a lot, and his rationality returned a little. But soon, his anger burned again, but this time, his anger was not all directed at Bucky the Winter Soldier. In the picture, a car that Tony Stark is very familiar with is driving on the road. That is his parents' car. Bucky the Winter Soldier has been waiting for a long time, and he easily caused a car accident for the car. Then he slowly stopped the car, and took out a silver white box from the trunk. In this box, 5 packages of serum lay quietly. But the picture turned again, showing the perspective of a surveillance camera. Howard Stark climbed out of the car and said, "Save my wife please, help." But Winter Soldier Bucky just grabbed his head coldly, and Howard Stark finally recognized Winter Soldier Bucky and said, "Sergeant Barnes?" The voice of Tony Stark's mother came from the side of the car, and then everyone saw Winter Soldier Bucky beat Howard Stark to death, and then dragged him back into the car, letting him wait for death slowly. Even Tony Stark's mother was strangled to death. In the end, Winter Soldier Bucky shot the camera directly. Seeing this scene with his own eyes, Tony Stark, both inside and outside the screen, exploded. Especially Tony Stark outside the screen. Although he knew that Winter Soldier Bucky killed his parents, he thought it was just a simple car accident, but he didn't expect it. When the car accident did not kill his parents, he got out of the car to finish off the victim. Not only did he beat his father to death with one punch, he also strangled his mother to death. Although it was the request of the Hydra officer, this scene was undoubtedly very bloody. Seeing the miserable state of Howard and his wife, all the people watching the video outside the screen felt a little bit reluctant. No wonder Colonel Zemo said that he had lost everyone, and Captain America Rogers would be the same as him, and would lose everything like him. After witnessing the death of his parents, as long as Tony Stark still had a trace of conscience as a son, he would probably not be able to suppress the anger in his heart. No matter how much Tony Stark hated his old father on the surface, it was just a mouth-to-mouth dislike, and even if he didn't like his old father, he never said anything bad about his mother. At this point, the anger in his heart finally broke out completely. He rushed directly to the Winter Soldier Bucky, but was immediately stopped by Captain America Rogers. Tony Stark looked at Captain America Rogers in shock, disappointment, and disbelief. He also watched the content of the video, and saw that this guy killed his parents, especially not just causing a car accident. He also beat his father to death with one punch. When his father recognized him, he beat him to death, and strangled his mother. This is simply a hatred of one day and two places, and hatred of 3 rivers and 4 seas. Now Captain America Rogers actually let you block him in front of him. Do you know? Tony Stark suddenly thought of something, and he questioned Captain America Rogers. At this time, his heart was extremely painful, not only because he witnessed how his parents were beaten to death, but also because he was betrayed, and his friend was paralyzed during the previous Avengers Split War. Just when he put down his knot and came to help Captain America, how could Captain America take revenge on him? Blocking in front of him. Betrayal. This is another betrayal. Although he has no actual evidence, he already has an idea in his mind. He regarded Captain America Rogers as his best friend, and was even willing to risk being wanted for him. But now, the other party stopped him for the murderer who killed his parents, and he might even have concealed the truth about his parents' death. Is this the good friend he chose? It was so chilling. I didn't know it was him. Captain America indirectly admitted that this happened. He and Bucky naturally had a deep relationship. Both of them came from 70 years ago, across the ages. In this era, the only old guys who can understand each other are each other. The comradeship between them has exceeded many people's imagination. However, Tony Stark is also his good friend in this new era. They have fought side by side more than once, and even fought aliens together. He and Tony Stark also have a very deep relationship. At this time, he seemed to be torn in two, in great pain. It was at this moment that he discovered that he might not be as selfless as he imagined. On this issue, he was more or less biased towards Bucky. However, he did not think he was lying, because he really did not know that it was Bucky who killed Tony Stark's parents, and he did not think it was Bucky's fault. He was just brainwashed, and became a very useful killing knife in the hands of Hydra. But after hearing this, and seeing the hesitant performance of Captain America Rogers, Tony Stark was completely furious. He said, "Don't lie to me, Rogers, do you know?" "Yes," Captain America had to say honestly. Hearing the final answer, Tony Stark was left with only boundless chill and anger. How could it be like this? Captain America chose this murderer between himself and the murderer. There is no doubt about it. He almost knocked Captain America to the ground in one go. Then he fought directly with Bucky. Colonel Zemo, who planned all this, saw that the Avengers finally had an internal conflict and collapsed from the inside, and he finally left with satisfaction. He got the revenge he wanted. The Avengers were still too powerful for him, so powerful that he felt suffocated. Even if he tried his best, he couldn't deal with such an existence. But over the past year, the many data he had investigated gave him a new idea. It was impossible for him to take revenge by himself. Even with the Winter Soldiers, he probably couldn't beat these three. Such powerful aliens were defeated by them, so what use were 5 Winter Soldiers? These were the most terrifying monsters on Earth. Ordinary Winter Soldiers had no chance of winning. But who made him find a way to completely destroy the Avengers? Now that his revenge had been avenged, he could finally go to see his wife and daughter. He had lost everything, and now he had nothing to lose. A battle between the three broke out, and the entire solid secret room was reduced to ruins in the battle. "He won't give up, go," Captain America said to Bucky. Bucky hurriedly tried to escape, but how could Tony Stark allow him to escape? He simply intercepted him halfway. The three fought again. "That's not him, Tony. Hydra has controlled him." Captain America Rogers tried to explain. "That's not him." But Tony Stark had already been blinded by hatred at this time. How could he still listen to Captain America Rogers' words? "Get out of here," Tony Stark shouted directly. The battle was undoubtedly very fierce. The three of them showed extremely terrifying fighting power, and even one of Bucky's steel arms was directly broken by Iron Man. Tony Stark said that he had more powerful firepower, and he was not joking. However, it was originally intended to deal with Colonel Zemo, but now it is used against his own people. Especially seeing the last scene of the Shield and Iron against the wave, it was even more shocking. And everyone outside the screen was silent. How can the battle stop now? It is impossible, especially when the Winter Soldier Bucky killed Tony Stark's parents. The seeds of the split of the Avengers were planted. This is almost inevitable, and it is a complete conspiracy. Who can persuade Tony Stark? No one can persuade him at all, and he can't say it at all. Even if Captain America Rogers has a bias in his heart, he can't say it. He just thinks that the murderer is Hydra, and Winter Soldier Bucky is just a tool man who is controlled. It can't be said that he has nothing to do with Winter Soldier Bucky. Even Wanda and Pietro, at least their parents died under the weapons of Tony Stark's group, not directly at Tony Stark's hands. So there is a chance to resolve the hatred between them. However, how to resolve the conflict between Tony Stark and Bucky? There is no solution at all. Tony Stark was furious, but he couldn't explode yet, because now neither Winter Soldier Bucky nor Captain America Rogers were around, and he couldn't hit anyone. He was really angry. Everyone could see that his whole body was trembling, which was a manifestation of anger reaching a certain level. Shaking with anger. This is Tony Stark's current state. Although he had expected it, and even though he had just had a fight with Captain America, he thought he could accept it. But when he saw his parents' death in front of him, he was still shocked. Chapter 179. The battle is over. The Avengers are completely finished. Fourth update. 1400 votes and extra update. Tony Stark forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart and did not explode directly on the spot. He thought of his friends and the comrades who stood by him when the Avengers split and led to the Civil War. Not all of them betrayed him. Even if he went to war with Captain America Rogers and tore apart the Avengers, there were still many people standing on his side. He was not such a failure yet. In an instant, he felt much better, without the feeling of almost suffocating and being unable to breathe. He looked at the picture again at this time. Outside the base, Colonel Zemo was listening to his wife's voice message over and over again, with a look of happiness and sadness on his face. That was his beloved wife and his baby, but he would never see them again. But fortunately, he would be with them soon. You should really see his little face. Try to come back, okay? I'm going to sleep. I love you. Behind him, Black Panther T'Challa was approaching step by step. After a moment, he put down his helmet and said, I almost killed the wrong person. Not an innocent person either. Colonel Zemo said lightly. He recognized the voice of Black Panther T'Challa. The child of the king of Wakanda whom he killed is now the king of Wakanda. He was killed by himself, but it doesn't matter. This was also his plan. If he hadn't pretended to be Bucky and killed the king of Wakanda, the United Nations would not have hunted down Bucky. The subsequent series of plans were all based on this foundation. In his heart, the superheroes of the Avengers, although not sinners, are not innocent people either. It was these superheroes who saved the people in the city of Sokovia, but what about those outside the city? They were hit by the broken fragments of the city and died. His wife and daughter were also implicated for no reason. But if he had no guilt for causing the internal strife among the Avengers, then he still felt guilty about Black Panther T'Challa, who took advantage of the death of the other party's father. It caused huge casualties. He himself didn't know how many people he had hurt for revenge along the way. Now it was just right to repay their lives with his life. He was a man who clearly distinguished between gratitude and resentment. Is this what you want? Facing the real enemy who killed his father, Black Panther T'Challa looked at Colonel Zemo and asked, watch them kill each other. There was pity and shock in his eyes. This person pretended to be Bucky and killed his father, and then used his anger to put pressure on the United Nations. Wakanda, the United States, the United Nations, the Avengers, and all the forces were played around by him. He had never seen anyone who could play conspiracy and intrigue to this extent before. In particular, he designed a conspiracy to inevitably tear the Avengers apart and cause internal strife. Such a person is too terrible. But Colonel Zemo at this time only wanted to die. He just said with a dead heart, my father lived outside the city. I thought it would be safe there. My son was very excited because he could see Iron Man through the car window. I told my wife not to worry. They were fighting in the city. We are far away. Nothing will happen. Colonel Zemo said lightly, his eyes full of memories. When the ashes were dispersed and the screams stopped, it took me 2 days to find their bodies. My father was still holding my wife and children, and the Avengers, he just went home. I knew I couldn't kill them. People who are stronger than me have tried, but what if I can make them kill each other? I'm sorry about your father. He seems to be a good man and a filial son. Colonel Zemo said to Black Panther T'Challa. He was really sorry for blowing up the old king of Wakanda. However, he has really been swallowed up by revenge. He just wants revenge, even if it will cause a storm. Hatred has swallowed you. Black Panther T'Challa said meaningfully. Devour them too. I won't let myself be devoured. Black Panther T'Challa suppressed the pain in his heart and forced down the killing intent in his heart. He did not choose to kill Colonel Zemo for revenge because he had seen too much on this road. Following Tony Stark, he saw a series of shocking cases that Colonel Zemo committed for revenge, involving countless innocent people. He also saw Tony Stark completely break up with his good friend for revenge, fighting to the death. The flames of this revenge devoured everything, but he didn't want to be devoured by the flames of this revenge, otherwise it would be endless and endless. Justice will come soon. Black Panther T'Challa said lightly. You go talk to the dead. Colonel Zemo sneered and said, now that the great revenge has been avenged, he doesn't want to survive at all. He was about to commit suicide, but was stopped by Black Panther T'Challa, saying, the living will still settle accounts with you. There are still many things that need Colonel Zemo to be alive to solve, such as giving an explanation to the whole world. T'Challa was also a member who once put pressure on the Avengers, and now he also has the obligation to deal with the aftermath. Tony Stark's mood became more complicated. He was very angry and furious, but when he saw what Colonel Zemo said, he suddenly became a little discouraged. It turned out that this Colonel Zemo's child was actually his fan, and was happy and excited to see him. But in the end, he died because he and others saved the world. Sokovia exploded, and the debris killed his entire family. If his parents died, he would fight to the death with the Winter Soldier Bucky, but this one died of his entire family, his father, his wife, and his children. It seemed reasonable to seek revenge on himself, and designed the Avengers to split. Everyone had nothing to say. They could naturally say with confidence that they were saving the world and saving more people. These were the prices they accidentally paid when saving the world. Quicksilver Petro was such a price, and Colonel Zemo's family was also one of the prices. But they have consciences, and can't say such words. Before seeing the specific people, they can all be regarded as one of the numbers. Tony Stark could act very generous before he saw his parents die, but when he saw his parents die at the hands of Bucky, the Winter Soldier, everything changed. Everyone couldn't help but start to think of what they had discussed last time. How many people had they harmed in the process of being chivalrous and saving people? The Hulk lifted up the car you just paid the balance for and smashed it against the house you just paid the down payment for. Who wouldn't explode? But when we discussed it last time, we only considered the loss of property. Now these are not property losses, but lives are lost. Not 1, 2, there may be 1,000 or 10,000 victims. Who knows? Thinking of this, Tony Stark calmed down a little. The words of Black Panther T'Challa in the video calmed him down a little. Black Panther T'Challa could let go of the revenge for killing his father, and understood that he could not be swallowed by the flames of revenge. What about him? Tony Stark's thoughts were in a mess for a while. At this time, the battle between Bucky, Tony Stark, and Captain America had reached a white-hot stage. Even Tony Stark's artificial intelligence Friday had to remind him, you can't beat him with hand-to-hand combat. Analyze his attack pattern. Tony Stark immediately responded. This was the fighting module he had prepared a long time ago, because he knew that he was not a master of fighting. Since he couldn't do it, why not let the artificial intelligence help him? Scanning. After a moment, Friday said, the countermeasure strategy is ready. Let's beat him up. Tony Stark said. With the assistance of Friday's combat module, Tony Stark immediately gained the advantage and beat Captain America down directly. Facing the furious Tony Stark, Captain America just said, he is my friend. I was too. Hearing this, Tony Stark became even angrier and blasted him out. He roared, don't get up, last warning. But he still underestimated the willfulness of Captain America Rogers. He climbed up with difficulty and said his famous saying, I can spend the whole day with you. The brutal battle between the three continued. In the end, Captain America Rogers and the Winter Soldier joined forces to defeat Tony Stark with a shield and smashed the arc reactor on his chest directly. At this point, Tony Stark had completely lost his combat effectiveness, and Captain America Rogers and the Winter Soldier Bucky were also the same, not much better. He pulled out the shield with difficulty and was about to leave with Bucky. That shield does not belong to you. You are not worthy of it. It was made by my father. Tony Stark said with difficulty, with resentment and anger in his heart. After hearing this, Captain America Rogers threw down his shield and left with the Winter Soldier Bucky. Now he has completely lost a good friend, and Bucky is the only one left. This scene made people outside the screen feel even more uncomfortable. It seems that the scale is far less than that of the airport battle, and the battle process is far less exciting than that time, but the damage caused by this battle is truly fatal to the Avengers. After this battle, they will never be able to reconcile. The Avengers were directly torn apart. And as Colonel Zemo said, an empire swept from the outside still has the possibility of rising again, but an empire broken from the inside will die permanently. Chapter 180 What happened in Sokovia? This battle may seem small in scale, and no one died, but it was a truly destructive result for the Avengers. At the end of the picture, Zemo was imprisoned in a well-equipped prison, indicating that he was also tried. Secretary of State Ross looked at him coldly and said, eat at 8 o'clock in the morning and 5 o'clock in the evening. You can go to the toilet twice a day. Speak loudly, and I'll shock you. Touch the glass, and I'll shock you. If you do something excessive, I will deal with you. Please, try it. He didn't want to let this guy who caused him a lot of trouble have a good time for a minute. Colonel Zemo was expressionless and had no reaction at all. Seeing that his threats didn't work at all, Agent Ross was also very angry. He stepped forward and said, "How do you feel? You spent so much time and made so much effort, but in the end, you failed, and failed miserably." Colonel Zemo just smiled slightly and said, "Did you really fail?" The people outside the picture understood Colonel Zemo's smile in this sentence. In this matter, it seems that he failed, and even he, the mastermind behind the scenes, was caught. But was the matter really resolved? No. Because the Avengers have been conquered from within. The Avengers, which were so powerful that they could even defeat aliens, were disintegrated from within by him. Tony is a big shit. This video is finally over, and today's diary is finally over. It's not just us who have normal emotions. There are also those ordinary people, and their accumulated anger can devour everything. Everyone nodded when they heard it. What happened in Sokovia may be an accident. It's best to find out why it exploded. Hawkeye Barton said, "I always feel weird, don't you think? The ship I was on in the previous video didn't seem to be a traditional ship. For every person who dies because of us, the world's anger will increase." This time, Colonel Zemo's incident reminded them that when a common man is angry, blood will splatter 3 feet. At this time, War Machine Rhodes was already disabled, but Tony Stark specially developed the relevant exoskeleton armor. At the end of the video, it was the guest appearance of Mr. Stan Lee who came to deliver the express, and Tony Stark also received a permanent title. Even their current Avengers may be torn apart. After a moment, it was Nick Fury who spoke first and broke the silence. He said, "This incident is also a huge warning to us. When we are saving the world and performing tasks, we must pay more attention and try not to hurt people. We may only hurt one person, but it may destroy the hope of a family. Maybe we should consider installing air conditioning downstairs." Rhodes said jokingly, but he fell to the ground the next second. The aerospace carrier project? Is it the aerospace carrier you were in when the Chitauri invaded in the previous video? Tony Stark asked. Seeing the atmosphere getting weirder and weirder, everyone had to bite the bullet and watch it all. An ordinary special forces colonel, yes, to them, such a person can only be considered ordinary, but he calculated them clearly, directly tore the Avengers in that timeline apart, and even directly affected the people and things in their timeline. This is the first training. Give me feedback, anything you can think of, Tony Stark said, while supporting War Machine Rhodes. Shock absorption, lateral movement, cup holder? Of course it's not a traditional ship, Nick Fury said. Now that we've come to this point, and there are no outsiders present, I'll just say directly. That ship was developed internally by our shield. It is a floating ship that is matched with the aerospace mothership, and it is used to facilitate personnel to get on and off. If they didn't know that, there would be more terrible enemies later, and the 3 giants would join forces to deal with Thanos. I'm afraid the Avengers would be disbanded now, and everyone would go back to their own homes. But for everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D., they may have never experienced such a torment in their lives. The scene changed again. In the extremely empty Avengers headquarters, Tony Stark was helping War Machine Rhodes with rehabilitation training. He tried hard to insist on getting up. After a moment, he smiled bitterly and said, 138 times, 138 combat missions. I have flown 138 combat missions, Tony. I may not return every time, but I still went, because it was a battle that had to be fought. The same is true for the agreement. I signed it, because it was the right thing to do. This is indeed a very bad thing. It is bad, but it did not change my mind. I don't think so. Nick Fury nodded. The others obviously did not have the authority to know about this. So, actually, you mean, the city we were in at that time was flying? Tony Stark reacted immediately. Since this airship is used to pick up and drop off personnel on and off the aerospace carrier, then its purpose is very clear. In addition, what Colonel Zemo said about blowing up Sokovia. After a little deduction, it was immediately clear that Sokovia was flying, so they wanted to blow up Sokovia. After all, if such a large city fell from the sky, how serious would the consequences be? It would probably make a hole in the earth, and then there would be another mass extinction of life on the earth. Not to mention the extinction of all life. It would not be a big problem to exterminate 90% of the life on the earth. Everyone also reacted quickly and understood that if Sokovia fell from the sky, the consequences would not be much less than the power of the asteroid that caused the extinction of the dinosaurs. But how did a city fly up? Is this reasonable? Hawkeye Barton couldn't help but say, is it another supervillain? But it's only a few years since the Sokovia incident. Could it be that someone has developed science fiction technology such as anti-gravity systems in these few years? Everyone nodded and shared the same view. To push a city into the sky, how much energy would it take? I dare not imagine it. If it could really be done, why would the people on Earth work so hard to build rockets and spacecrafts? Just build a city and then push it directly into space to make a colony. Isn't that better than any other technology? But no matter who it is, no matter what method is used, this is obviously a reality. Tony Stark didn't want to marvel at how outrageous this technology development was. Didn't you see that Nick Fury's shield has developed an aerospace carrier? You don't really think that it can be done with a normal engine, right? There must be some new technological breakthroughs. Yes, Tony is right, no matter who it is, no matter what method is used. But obviously, now that these have happened, there is no point in continuing to entangle. Bruce Banner said, the key is, how are we going to deal with such things in the future? If we encounter this again, will we still choose to blow up Sokovia? At that time, the fragments blown out will cause countless lives to be destroyed. Even if Zemo is not blown up, does it matter? Bruce Banner pointed out a very important question. If the supervillain appears again, how should they deal with it? The biggest warning for them is that the huge damage they caused in the process of their actions may even backfire on themselves. Of course, the Avengers are not like what Colonel Zemo said, saving the world and then returning to New York. In fact, both SHIELD and Tony Stark have follow-up agencies. Tony Stark even set up a related foundation for this, but let's not talk about whether the money is enough to compensate for the losses. Just talking about those who died because of this. Can money solve the problem? Thinking of this, everyone has a headache. The best way now is to know in advance what supervillain caused all this, but Lin Feng is the only one who knows this. So if you want to know, you can only use indirect methods to see if you can influence him and let him record it in his diary. Black Widow Natasha said, everyone thought about it, and this was really the only way left. If Sokovia really goes to heaven, it will be too late. I think it is very likely that the other party isn't Sokovia, most likely a local supervillain. Otherwise he would not choose Sokovia. Coulson suddenly interrupted. I wonder if it's Hydra. After all, that's their base. If there's anyone who's the most likely, it's probably them. Impossible. Captain America Roger shook his head firmly and then said, although Hydra is crazy and ambitious, their ambition is to rule the world and be the best. If according to our analysis, Sokovia flying high in the sky and falling down may cause a mass extinction of life, then who will they rule? In Captain America Roger's cognition, although it is evil, to be precise, Hydra should be considered an evil and lawful camp. It has the idea of ruling the world, but it should not have the idea of cleansing the world. It's hard to say. For example, there are often such villains in some novels who start the plan to destroy the world and then prepare in advance, survive intact after the destruction of the world, and then collect the remaining people and appear as the god savior. Hawkeye Barton shrugged and proposed a possibility. Captain America Rogers opened his mouth. He wanted to say it was impossible. At least in his era, there was almost no such crazy idea of destroying the world and then ruling the remaining humans. But it was not impossible. Chapter 181. Hydra is after the super soldier serum. Whether it is true or not, it is necessary to investigate Hydra. I always feel that they are planning something in secret. Nick Fury said. He always felt that it was strange that Hydra could remain so stable and not show its head after accumulating power for 70 years. What on earth is in the trunk of my father's car? Tony Stark asked. Everyone was puzzled. Obviously, as the Winter Soldier, Bucky would have to spend a lot of money every time he was thawed and frozen, and there should be losses. There was no need to wake up Bucky the Winter Soldier for ordinary missions. To be honest, Considering the age of Howard Stark and his wife at that time, they could kill them by sending a special forces personnel without alerting anyone, and there was no need for Bucky to do it himself. It must be that this mission must be foolproof, and getting that box of things is the key, and killing Howard Stark is just a matter of convenience. Since this Winter Soldier is under the command of Hydra, that is to say, Hydra has been paying attention to my father's research, and my father has a cooperative relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D. I remember that there is a related cooperation in weapons research. Tony Stark asked. Yes, Nick Fury said. The key is, what project? Black Widow Natasha said. What project is worth Hydra's so much trouble to kill people and rob? Nick Fury's face was full of solemnity and confusion. He scanned all the projects that S.H.I.E.L.D. had cooperated with Howard Stark in his mind, but neither the time nor the importance matched. Then this thing should also be a project that my father and your S.H.I.E.L.D. cooperated on. Otherwise, Hydra would not know, let alone find my father accurately, kill him halfway, and fake a car accident. Tony Stark analyzed. Among them are Howard Stark and Hank Pym. Captain America Rogers paused, then said, the Super Soldier Serum project was originally a project of Hydra. The first person to be injected with the Super Soldier Serum was the famous Red Skull, and I was the second one, because Dr. Erkins, who was responsible for the development of the Super Soldier Serum at the time, fled to the United States. 3 doses were successfully produced at that time, and only 1 was successfully injected in the end. The final product was me. The remaining 2 were directly broken, and Dr. Erkins was killed on the spot. What project was my father and S.H.I.E.L.D. working on at the time? Fury. Tony Stark asked. I always feel that the thing that was stolen might be very important. Don't think about it. If it was Hydra, there would be no evidence left at the time. Black Widow Natasha said. We have already confirmed it before. Hydra infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. very early and held a high position in S.H.I.E.L.D. a long time ago. If they wanted to cover it up, Fury, who was only a middle level at the time, would not have known it at all. In other words, Fury did not have the authority at the time, and they had enough time to erase this matter without alerting anyone. I think S.H.I.E.L.D. should have tried to restore the Super Soldier Serum after the war, right? Although there was no very accurate evidence, they were not the police, and they certainly did not need evidence to investigate the case. Suspicion was enough. Everyone was also a little strange. Generally speaking, even if Howard Stark developed some new weapons, it would not be worth it for Hydra to risk being exposed to kill him. They are all the best among them. Why do you say that? Tony Stark asked hurriedly, regardless of his anger. It makes no sense. Nick Fury's brows relaxed, as if this could indeed explain why he knew nothing about this matter. Super Soldier Serum. It is Super Soldier Serum. Captain America Rogers suddenly said. The color of that liquid reminds me of the Super Soldier Serum. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s technology is so much ahead of the outside world. In addition to absorbing the technology of Hydra, it also obtained technology from aliens, and of course it also cooperated with some famous scientists. Although it tried to reproduce it again, it failed. At the beginning, your father, Howard Stark, once served as Dr. Erkin's assistant and knew some things about the formula of the Super Soldier Serum. If there is anyone in the world who can restore the Super Soldier Serum, it can only be your father. Although Captain America Rogers asked, his tone was very firm. According to his understanding of these bureaucratic institutions in the United States, this is basically a done deal. Facing Captain America Rogers' questioning, Nick Fury could only nod and say, there are indeed relevant research plans within S.H.I.E.L.D., but it is not very smooth. There have been no results in the past few decades. But if you say so, it seems that there was indeed a period of time when a large amount of research funds disappeared, but the relevant research projects were not known at all, and even my authority could not find them. Nick Fury immediately recalled that there was indeed such a thing. It's just that he didn't think about it before. For a mysterious unit like S.H.I.E.L.D., similar things often happen. Funds are missing, projects are unclear, and they may even be deliberately erased by the previous person. Even he has done similar things, so he never thought about it. With his keenness, if he knew the existence of this project, and knew that Howard Stark was responsible for the Super Soldier Serum, he would have discovered the problem long ago. The person in charge died suddenly, and the project development failed. It would be strange if there was no ghost in it. Especially now that we know that Hydra has infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. Everything is very clear. Although the confidentiality level of the super soldier serum project is very high, it is impossible to leak it out. But if there is Hydra among the top leaders of S.H.I.E.L.D. at that time, then there is no confidentiality. The entire S.H.I.E.L.D. is one-way transparent to Hydra, and Howard Stark's research progress is probably always under the attention of Hydra. But now think about it, the project and a large amount of funds that disappeared during that period are very likely to have gone into Howard Stark's hands, and the project is likely to be the super soldier serum. With this analysis, many mysteries were solved instantly, including why Hydra killed Howard Stark. After all, Howard Stark was almost no threat to Hydra at that time. It was normal for Hydra to want to kill Howard Stark, but the only abnormal thing was that, since Hydra had infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. to that extent, they had the opportunity to kill Howard Stark a long time ago. Why didn't they do it earlier, and had to wait until then to do it? Now it is clear, because the super soldier serum was produced at that time. After it was completed, Hydra immediately jumped out to reap the final results. And why Howard Stark had to be killed? It was to cut off the possibility of S.H.I.E.L.D. researching the super soldier serum again in the future. It turned out to be like this. Tony Stark's murderous intent boiled in his heart. If he was angry with Winter Soldier Bucky, and disappointed and angry with Captain America, then for Hydra, it was naked murderous intent. Originally, he wanted to kill Hydra, but that was out of a sense of justice as a superhero. However, now, he only had boundless killing intent. This Hydra not only pretended to be S.H.I.E.L.D. and secretly ordered his father to study the super soldier serum, but also sent people to kill his father as soon as the research was successful. Even the black-hearted capitalists could not do such a black-hearted thing. The capitalists would cry when they saw it. Yes, it should be like this, so Bucky is just a knife. Even if he was not there would be other Winter Soldiers, and it might be Hydra's Special Operations team. Your father didn't know that he was being monitored by Hydra, otherwise he would not be so negligent in security issues. Nick Fury said. Howard Stark was already an old man at the time. Such a big capitalist actually drove his wife around. It was because he didn't know the existence of Hydra that he thought the United States had been peaceful for a long time. This is quite similar to Tony Stark now, who also likes to wander around without a security team. If Happy is also considered a security guard, then it is correct. But I think the only lucky thing is that Hydra should not have reproduced the super soldier serum. Black Widow Natasha said, after all, although they have samples, they are useless. If they reproduced the super soldier serum, then according to Hydra's usual style of doing things, how many super soldiers can they create in these decades? That is, those Winter Soldiers? Everyone nodded. This is also a very reasonable speculation. According to their understanding of Hydra, if they really obtained the formula of super soldier serum, then the consequences would not be like this. There would not be only 5 Winter Soldiers, but there might be tens of thousands. Although it may be due to funding, it is impossible to produce only so many, but hundreds or thousands are still possible. It seems that the old man may have a sense of security precautions, and did not write the formula outside. Tony Stark muttered to himself. If that's the case, it can explain a lot of things, such as why Hydra must kill your father. After all, if they can easily obtain all the research data, then they can use your father's talents to continue their research. Nick Fury said. Chapter 182 Garfield Spider, the Desperate and Lonely Warrior. At that time, they could have continued to use your father without anyone noticing, or maybe your father had noticed something was wrong in advance. Nick Fury said. That's why there was no official formula left. Hearing this, Tony Stark's eyes turned red and he cursed. Hydra, fuck. Regardless of whether his father noticed this or not, there was no doubt that Hydra must have been watching him and would kill him after using his talents. I must kill them. Tony Stark was extremely angry. If it weren't for the diary, he might still be kept in the dark. But we still have to be patient now. We have to wait until we find out clearly before we can take action. Nick Fury said. He was a little worried that Tony Stark would retaliate regardless of the consequences and directly destroy their plan. Don't worry, I know. Tony Stark was not completely angry. Especially if he wanted revenge, it would not be enough to just kill a few people. He wanted to completely wipe out the Hydra from the earth. Everyone waited for a while. There seemed to be no sign of the diary being updated today, so everyone finally dispersed. But this time, the diary dealt a heavy blow to the Avengers, which had just started. It is completely conceivable that the atmosphere in the Avengers will be very bad in the next period of time. Then he looked up information about Killian on the internet, and soon the relevant information came out. Lin Feng said. At this time, he was washing his hands very solemnly, and he almost took a shower and changed his clothes. It was time for the lottery again. As the pointer on the roulette wheel turned, Lin Feng's heart was lifted, and finally the pointer stopped. Let's get the information about the desperate virus first. Lin Feng thought. He hasn't drawn anything good recently. His strength has not improved much. He has not reached the level of the Father of Heaven. He is still a little uneasy. Lin Feng didn't know that his diary had such a big impact on the Avengers. This is not bad. Lin Feng has already considered putting something in it. Congratulations to the host. I drew a portable space. 3000 m*3000 m*3000 meters. Not to mention directly ascending to the single universe level, the requirement of crossing to the Father of Heaven is not exaggerated, right? After confirming the address, Lin Feng directly used the portal to teleport there. Lin Feng felt that his request was reasonable, but he was disappointed to get such a thing. Yes, start the lottery. Although it cannot improve one's own strength, it is still a very practical thing in general. However, he tried this portable space. He could not put living things in it, but he could put dead things in it. Once put in, time would be completely frozen. If he put some food in it, it could basically be preserved forever. After all, Killian has a public identity. He is a famous doctor of biology, and has a laboratory under his name. I don't know where he got the funds from. In front of him, a translucent roulette wheel appeared. Excuse me, do you want to start this lottery? The voice of the system came to Lin Feng's ears. Seeing such a portable space, Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. Well, it was a waste. Although it can't be said to be very bad, it is still very practical. But the problem is that he still wants to get some rewards that can improve his own strength. Because it's time to draw again. The use of this dimensional portal is also limited. It can only be used to visit places that have been visited before, or to know the exact location. So when Avengers 4 was released, Doctor Strange used this teleportation array to teleport everyone to the battlefield. The scene was quite shocking. Although the security level of this biochemical laboratory is also very high, it can't stop Lin Feng at all. He easily copied all the information without anyone noticing. The next day, Lin Feng called Dr. Karnas, who was still doing experiments in the laboratory. Take a look at this information. Lin Feng handed a USB flash drive to Dr. Karnas, along with a notebook. Soon, Dr. Karnas finished reading part of the information and his eyes lit up. It's really a clever idea. Dr. Karnas just took a look at the general idea of the desperate virus, and he was already inspired. But when he wanted to continue reading, he suddenly saw that there was no follow-up. What's next? What's next? Dr. Karnas said anxiously. He saw the relevant description inside. After this desperate virus transformed the body, it could actually regenerate broken limbs. He could not see anything else, only the regeneration of broken limbs, and his mind exploded. Because there is no doubt that this is a more mature technology in comparison, and it is more feasible than his method of using lizard genes to promote the regeneration of broken limbs. Because this time Lin Feng invested in his experiment, he was not as anxious to conduct human experiments as in the original history, so he had time to observe more. This observation was incredible. All the mice used for experiments had the characteristics of lizards, and became violent and irritable. Some even became stronger, and could tear apart the cages that imprisoned them, and caused a lot of trouble. This made him very glad that he did not act rashly, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. In particular, Lin Feng reminded him again and again not to conduct human experiments rashly, otherwise no one could afford the consequences. It can be said that he has now reached a dead end, but now he has seen a brand new hope. There is more behind, but it is no longer something you can see. Lin Feng said directly. Professor Connors was very anxious, but he suddenly reacted and said, "What kind of conditions does Mr. Lin need?" He reacted all of a sudden. If Lin Feng really didn't intend to show it to him, why did he call him over? There must be some relevant requirements. It's very simple, that is, I want the professor to work for me, Lin Feng said. The profits created by the research results will naturally be distributed to the professor in proportion. By then, it will only be a matter of time before you become a billionaire. Professor Connors understood that Lin Feng was not satisfied with cooperating with Columbia University, and the money would still be shared with Columbia University. Instead, he directly signed Professor Connors, and then all the profits would be his. He was not very interested in money. His lifelong ambition was to research, especially to research the technology of regenerating broken limbs, to help himself and disabled people who had the same problems as himself. So Lin Feng had invited him before, but he refused. But now this condition is obviously not something he can refuse, because he really saw the hope of regenerating broken limbs. Okay, I agree. Professor Connors nodded. But I need a fully equipped laboratory. That's not a problem, you can even continue to work at Columbia University, but we have to sign a contract. The research results related to the extremis virus belong to Lin Technology. Lin Feng nodded and said, "No problem." Professor Connors nodded. He didn't care much about this kind of thing. As long as he could complete the regeneration of the broken limbs, his life would be complete. But this technology has not been very successful so far. The biggest problem is that the success rate is relatively low, Lin Feng said. He looked at Killian's records overnight yesterday. The success rate is only about 1/3. Although it is not low, for those disabled soldiers, it is better to give it a try. That's why those veterans are so devoted to him. But for ordinary people, it is not so well accepted. If the problem of success rate cannot be solved, then this project will be enough to ruin his reputation. I understand. I will start to make relevant improvements. Professor Connors nodded. He was not surprised. The idea of this technology was very remarkable and the progress had been completed. If there were no fundamental problems, how could it be his turn to develop it? Then you come to the company tomorrow and sign the contract. I will have someone prepare the contract for you, Lin Feng said. Yes. Connors left in a hurry without staying for long. Since he was going to work at Lin's Technology, there were still many things to deal with. After signing Professor Connors, Lin Feng was in a good mood. The development of this project was undoubtedly very promising. Leaving it in Killian's hands was simply a waste of talent. After dealing with the company's affairs, Lin Feng took out his diary and began to record. Today, Professor Connors was successfully captured. Although they are not in the same system, Professor Connors is also a first-class genius professor in biochemistry. He should be able to improve the low success rate of the extremis virus and the problem of easy overheating and explosion. It can also prevent him from using himself as an experiment when he is desperate and eventually become Dr. Lizard and become Spider-Man's nemesis. It can also be regarded as a merit. Daily merit plus 100000000000000000000. However, when talking about Dr. Lizard, we have to mention the Amazing Spider-Man. Compared with the most famous Toby Spider and the later Holland brother, Garfield Spider is stuck in the middle and seems not so outstanding, but I appreciate the Garfield Spider version of Spider-Man more. A person fights alone, goes through desperate situations, and never gives up. In comparison, the little guy who is still growing up is far behind. Compared with other Spider-Men, he is much luckier, with Tony Stark like a father, Aunt May's love, a lover, and a brother. This makes him look the most youthful, like a child who has not grown up. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183. If Peter doesn't become Spider-Man, he will become the Lizard Man. Inside Tony Stark's mansion, Tony Stark was still checking the transparent holographic projection panel. Jarvis, bring up Killian's network of contacts for me, Tony Stark said. Yes, He is still studying how to deal with Killian. It's not that revenge is not important, but Nick Fury's words reminded him that, if he wants to deal with Hydra, he must completely eradicate them. And to eradicate them, more power is needed. Although the armor is good, it is too expensive. It is more than enough to form a special operations team, but if you want to form an army, even if you are rich like Tony Stark, you can't do it. A lot of his money is wealth, not real liquid funds. Who is the person with the most liquid funds in the world at present? That's right, it's Lin Feng. However, in the process of advancing this, he still often feels very powerless, and sometimes he feels that Lin Feng's evaluation of him as a severe persecution delusion is correct. However, facing such a bad situation, how can he not become severely persecuted delusion? The United States allows the formation of private armed forces, and he is also the richest man in the world. With his ability and influence, it is very easy to get a license. So does he still need to worry so much now? Sir, the diary has been updated. Jarvis suddenly reminded. On the battlefield where civilizations fight as units, his ability is far from enough. He is so rich that even Lin Feng envies him. Every time he thinks of Lin Feng saying that they have the aura of the protagonist. Under the protection of the aura of the protagonist, they are invincible. He can only say that, if they really have this aura of the protagonist, it would be great. Relatively speaking, the desperate virus soldiers with good combat power and mass production have become the first choice at the moment. There are often big news that shocks them all. And fighting Hydra seems to him to be a waste of effort. His real goal is to raise an army of mercenaries that can fight against aliens. In American society, the legend of the Lizard Man has always been enduring. Of course, there are also many repetitions of information that have been mentioned before. So he cheered up and said, Jarvis, freeze this project and continue later. Writing a diary in broad daylight again. What happened to him again? Tony Stark muttered to himself. He now understood the pattern of Lin Feng's diary writing. If he wrote it at night, there was a 50% chance that he was just being perfunctory. The content was nothing more than strange words, like it's sunny today, I'm free to listen to music in the brothel. According to their later analysis, this might be some kind of internet hot topic in the universe where Lin Feng was. Professor Connors, Dr. Lizard. Nick Fury first read the diary. Although he didn't know what Dr. Lizard was, as the name suggests, he probably knew what kind of monster Dr. Connors' experiment would turn him into. The more he understood, the more desperate he became, and the more terrified he felt. It was a perfunctory writing. Then he began to project himself onto the online meeting. At this time, everyone in SHIELD also went online. Because of the content of the revelations yesterday, everyone's expressions were a little silent today. Other wealthy people are more or less supported by their assets, but he is pure wealth. But if it was written in the daytime, then there must be something. It's not enough to rely on this strength alone. If you want to really get rid of the crisis, you have to promote the strength of all mankind. Tony Stark couldn't help but say. But it is too difficult to promote the civilization of the human beings on Earth, especially after the disintegration of the Soviet Union. The entire human society, except for a certain big country in the East, has completely entered a rotten mode. Just want civilization to leap forward? He might as well hope that God will come down and poke Thanos to death with one finger. There are even various rumors in private that the lizards are the real masterminds behind the rule of the world, and many big figures are actually lizards in disguise. Rumors like this are rampant. As the director of SHIELD, Nick Fury has a deep understanding of the other world, so he naturally knows that such rumors are nonsense. There are no lizards, but there are a lot of aliens. But now, is a real lizard man going to appear? Boss, this Professor Connors looks like a dangerous person. Should we monitor him? Coulson said. Yes, we should. Since he might turn into Dr. Lizard, he might not be a good person. We should monitor him. Nick Fury said immediately. Although Lin Feng said that he could prevent Professor Connors from turning into Dr. Lizard, Nick Fury was definitely not someone who would pin his hopes on others. Spider-Man is a superhero in the lawful justice camp, so Dr. Lizard, as his nemesis, is obviously an enemy of chaos and evil. Lin Feng, he is really interested in this extremis virus. Hawkeye Barton said. Maybe he has already got the virus. I hope he won't do anything. I always feel weird. How many supervillains does he have under his command? Why is he always recruiting villains? He won't become a supervillain, right? He won't want to kidnap the president to control the world, right? It shouldn't be. Judging from the results of the psychological profile, his psychology has always been relatively healthy, and with his strength, he doesn't need it. Black Widow Natasha said. Tony Stark nodded. This technology is very dangerous in the hands of others. If a person has bad intentions, he is more likely to use this technology to make a big news. But Lin Feng is not like that because he wants to make a big news. He doesn't need this technology to become a villain boss. He can suppress everything by himself. This technology is dispensable for him. At present, Lin Feng's difficulty in Tony Stark's mind is still higher than the Hulk and Thor, second only to Thanos, Dormammu, Ancient One, Odin and other father-level bosses. This is not a random evaluation by him, and Lin Feng's evaluation of himself is the same. Garfield Spider. Is it the Spider-Man again? Bruce Banner said. Lin Feng mentioned many people in the Spider type in his diary. It is said that there are many versions of Spider-Man, but the three most famous Spider-Mans, Peter Parker, were nicknamed Toby Spider, Garfield Spider and Holland Brother as a distinction. Although I don't know what the allusions are, it is probably enough for everyone to distinguish them. Everyone was still impressed by the video of Garfield Spider failing to save Gwen last time. Watching his girlfriend die in his arms, the despair was unforgettable. But now it seems that the problems encountered by this Garfield Spider are not just these. Will it be even more miserable, more lonely, and more desperate? Lin Feng is complaining about your godson again. Why don't you say something? Black Widow Natasha glanced at Tony Stark and said with a smile. Tony Stark showed a speechless expression. I don't know when it started. He seemed to have gradually gotten used to the possibility of having such a Spider-Man as a godson in the future. He had never thought of being a father, but he gradually had some expectations in his heart. It seems that being a father is not bad, even as a godfather. That kid really hasn't grown up. When I was his age, he dared to go against my dad. He only dared to be submissive to his Aunt May. He is still too young. Tony Stark said casually. No matter how many times I think of the famous scenes of Garfield Spider and Toby Spider, I feel incredible. This may be the reason why Spider-Man is always respected and the most popular. This is the real reason why Spider-Man is called the good neighbor of New York citizens. Spider-Man, the good neighbor of New York people. At this time, Gwen was taking out her diary to read. She had an impression of the so-called Garfield Spider because the girlfriend of this Garfield Spider was her or her parallel universe isotope. Because of this, the impression was too deep. The self in that parallel time and space was directly pulled to death by breaking the spine, which was absolutely impossible for her. Her bones were harder than metal. She had secretly tested this privately, and her current nickname is also the good neighbor of New York citizens. How come even the nickname is the same? Could it be that she was really born to replace the original Spider-Man? In other words, the little guy might really not be able to become Spider-Man in the future? She didn't know what to say for a while. After all, becoming Spider-Man definitely did not mean a completely good thing. After all, Lin Feng mentioned Spider-Man's tragic fate more than once in his diary. In the future, the little guy would need to be forgotten by his Aunt May, his girlfriend, his good friends, and the whole world to forget that he had saved the world. That might just be one of the many tragic events Spider-Man has to face. If he doesn't become Spider-Man, maybe even worse, he will become a lizard man and be stabbed to death by himself. It seems that Lin Feng mentioned such an ending. So, both sides have to die. Gwen was speechless. What a strange and speechless fate. A moment later, another video appeared below the diary, and everyone clicked it to take a look. The first thing that caught everyone's eyes was a dark night. Then a figure swung back and forth in the sky using spider silk. Without looking, everyone knew it was Spider-Man. This way of action is almost becoming Spider-Man's signature feature. Especially when there is a Spider-Woman Gwen. Gwen often uses this method to swing between the skyscrapers in New York, and they are all used to it. However, just when everyone thought it was just an ordinary beginning, they heard gunshots, and he was shot. Chapter 184 The Amazing Spider-Man convinces everyone. There were already special forces ambushing around, specifically targeting Garfield's spider, and even the bullets were not ordinary bullets, but electric shock bullets. A hit caused Spider-Man to fall from the sky and hit the taxi hard. The surrounding special forces had also surrounded him. At this time, Peter Parker's consciousness was already blurred. He vaguely saw his father-in-law George, the police chief, walking over step by step and squatting in front of Peter Parker. Just when Peter Parker was about to reveal his vest, he suddenly woke up and knocked the special forces to the ground. "Put your hands on your head." At this moment, George raised his gun and aimed at Spider-Man, and Spider-Man stopped. The people outside the screen were startled by this sudden change, but they couldn't help but feel nervous. They almost couldn't help but bring themselves into it. These superheroes were chivalrous, but they were surrounded and suppressed by government departments. The special forces were dispatched to ambush, and they were all holding their breath. Especially those who had just watched the Avengers Civil War, all knew that the Avengers Civil War would break out, and part of it was the pressure from the top government officials, and even the dispatch of special forces, to encircle and suppress them. Seeing this scene, Tony Stark outside the screen had only one thought in his mind, that if he wanted to make Spider-Man suits in the future, he had to add bulletproof function. Spider-Man had already been shot, and Spider-Man almost staggered to the roof of the street. When everyone saw this scene, their hearts tightened. Although it was not Peter Parker in their world, it was still very uncomfortable to see that this Peter Parker was obviously going to save people, but was shot by his own people. George believed his words and watched him pick up Spider-Man's mask and shoot out Spider Silk to leave. It was basically destroying the spirit of the rule of law in New York, and even repeatedly expressed his intention to arrest Spider-Woman. This made Gwen feel even more aggrieved, and she couldn't explain it clearly to her father. Seeing this, Peter Parker said quickly, "It went to the Osborn group. Your daughter is there now. You have to let me go." It just feels very aggrieved. They are obviously saving the world and protecting everyone, so why does no one understand? George saw that some special forces members wanted to shoot and shouted quickly, but it was too late. At this time, many grievances suddenly came to his mind, especially Gwen. She felt the same way because she, the Spider-Woman, could not even get the support of her old father. Her father, George Stacy, had repeatedly spoken out in front of the media, thinking that superheroes such as Spider-Woman were alternative supercriminals. At this time, George Stacy in the picture approached Spider-Man, and he finally saw Spider-Man clearly. This turned out to be his daughter Gwen's boyfriend, Peter Parker. Otherwise, what if this child was shot to death? He didn't realize that he was already thinking about how to ensure his own safety after the child became Spider-Man in the future. The scene turned, and in the helicopter, the pilot was reporting what he saw and heard. Everyone suddenly remembered the Dr. Lizard mentioned in Lin Feng's diary. Without a doubt, this should be the Dr. Lizard that Lin Feng mentioned. Dr. Lizard. At this moment, all kinds of feelings surged up, and they were deeply touched for a while. Paul, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would definitely not believe it. I wouldn't say that I would rashly climb up what is behind the Osborn Industrial Building, but it is obviously not a human, and it is very strong. Her father's view on justice is completely different from hers. He believes in the power of justice and the power of the system, and believes that the existence of these superheroes is destroying the system and the justice. Don't shoot. Lin Feng only mentioned 2 lizard men in total. One is Dr. Lizard transformed by Professor Connors, and the other is the lizard man transformed by Peter Parker. The picture shows Dr. Lizard. Although it is just a glimpse, the lizard-like figure is enough to make everyone realize that this is not a human. Since Spider-Man Peter Parker exists, this can only be Dr. Lizard. It's really what you say. At this time, the lights of the Osborn building in the picture began to flicker, and Dr. Lizard rushed into the interior of the Osborn building. Gwen immediately used the flames to activate the fire protection system in the building and close the door. But the door made of fine steel could not do anything to such a monster. He walked into the laboratory step by step. Gwen hid in the compartment, holding her breath and waiting, but was discovered in an instant, and the device in her hand was taken away by Dr. Lizard. And Gwen also recognized this Gwen. Isn't it another parallel universe? That is to say, the police chief who led the special forces to encircle Spider-Man just now is none other than her old father George. She was a little suffocated because she couldn't imagine that now it was only her old father who led people to target Peter Parker. If one day, her old father brought people to encircle herself, what would it be like when he saw that it was herself? She couldn't imagine that scene. It seems that it is necessary to upgrade her battlesuit. It must be able to resist electricity and bullets. What should I do if I really encounter the same situation? She was a little at a loss for a while. On the other side, Spider-Man was approaching Osborn Tower at a high speed, trying to stop Dr. Lizard. He crashed into the wall directly. The shot just now posed a huge threat to him. This place is too far away from Osborn Tower. He tried his best, but there was no way to keep up. He was injured, so his speed could not be increased. He limped and crawled on the wall. At this time, this environment is desperate. At this time, everyone understood what Lin Feng wrote in his diary. Spider-Man is a lonely warrior. There is no help. He was even stabbed in the back and seriously injured. Although it is unknown what Dr. Lizard wants to steal that thing for, there is no doubt that it must not be a good thing. Everyone wanted to fly into the screen to help Garfield's Spider, but there was no way. In the picture, a tower crane worker was watching TV, which was reporting Spider-Man's trip to Osborn Tower. Spider-Man seems to be rushing to Osborn Tower, but it is not clear whether he can catch up. At this time, the tower crane worker also saw Spider-Man and remembered that his child was almost drowned in the river, and it was Peter Parker who rescued him in the end. He will remember this incident for the rest of his life. He almost lost his child. He was the one who saved my child on the bridge, he said. Troy, they want us to leave, said another crane worker. Something bad happened downtown. Hey, are you still friends with Matthews? Said the crane worker. The crane driver on 6th Avenue. Yes. The second crane worker hadn't reacted yet and didn't know what happened. Put him on the phone for me, said the first crane worker. The police are evacuating everyone. Who cares about this? The second crane worker hadn't figured out what was going on either. Put him on the phone for me, said the crane driver. At this time, no one thought that a group of crane workers who looked insignificant at ordinary times would be of great use at a critical moment. In the picture, Peter Parker was still flying over the block at a high speed. He was speeding forward frantically because he didn't have much time left. He had to stop Dr. Lizard before he succeeded. Otherwise, the whole of New York would become the kingdom of the Lizard Man. That result would be too terrible. But his injury affected him again at this time. He lost his grip and fell down without grabbing the eaves. Suddenly, everyone outside the screen couldn't help but feel nervous. If he fell down, even with Spider-Man's physique, it would be miserable. But then they saw Spider-Man climbing up with difficulty, and countless people cheered below, and tower cranes were operating under dispatch. This paved a road for Peter Parker to go to Osborn Building, which only he could move. When Peter Parker climbed up the roof with difficulty and saw such a road, he was silent for a moment, feeling great encouragement and spiritual power. He bandaged his wound with spider silk and then said, "Come on, Parker." Under the guidance of the helicopter's light, he ran forward step by step and then jumped down, but finally missed and slid down in an instant. "No!" Gwen outside the screen exclaimed. This time he actually missed. If he fell from this height, even Spider-Man would fall into a ball of flesh and blood. She almost didn't dare to look at the scene. The Avengers held their breath, watching Peter Parker trying his best to stop Dr. Lizard, and they recognized this child from the bottom of their hearts. Unlike the naughty child in their own family, this teenager tried his best to save the world, and he was no worse than them. However, the next second, everyone saw Spider-Man lying on the crane, and he was saved at the critical moment. The person who saved him was the crane driver, who was also the father of the drowning child he saved on the bridge. Good deeds will bring good results. Spider-Man saved a father who was about to lose his child, and now, in turn, at the critical moment, it was this father who almost lost his child who saved Peter Parker. His kindness is rewarded. Not everyone is ungrateful, and ungrateful. Countless people below shouted and cheered. Chapter 185 Spider-Man saved the world, but my father-in-law died. Fourth update. 1450 votes. Peter Parker, who had luckily saved his life, did not stop at all. He rushed to the Osborn building at an astonishing speed through the Spider-Man road specially paved for him. Finally, at the critical moment, he finally arrived at the Osborn building and caught up with Dr. Lizard. Seeing this scene, the people outside the screen could not help but be moved by Garfield's persistence, and at the same time, they also understood what he meant by this kind of lonely courage. This is a little guy in their world, and even they may not be able to do it in many cases. Because they have the support of the Avengers, they can ask for help when they encounter problems. For example, if they encounter this in their world, Peter Parker can immediately ask for help. If he shouts, many superheroes from the Avengers will come to support him. So it is difficult to fall into that state of isolation and helplessness. But this amazing Spider-Man is completely different. In that world, he has no one else to call, and no one else can support him. In that world, he is the last hope. If even he fails, that world is really finished. At this moment, they seem to have truly witnessed the birth of a superhero. A superhero is not just a superhero with great power, but also has the will and courage to match it. Of course, the premise is that you cannot be a supervillain. If you only have super powerful power, you may become a supervillain. And this is what Peter Parker lacks in their universe so far, and even for a long time in the future. It can be said that he is in a desperate situation, but he did not give up. He is still heading to Osborn building to stop Dr. Lizard from turning the entire city into a kingdom of lizards. The project mentioned in Lin Feng's diary made him very concerned. If a supervillain thinks so, the more serious the damage will be. He silently made up his mind to strengthen monitoring of Osborn Industries. He even suspected that the transformation project carried out by Dr. Lizardman would not be a project supported by Osborn Industries. But the Garfield Spider version of Peter Parker in the video is different. He has initially possessed the qualities of transforming into a superhero, with strong strength and a spirit of never giving up. Even in the face of desperate situations, he will never give up. From being shot, surrounded by the police special forces, from being recognized by his father-in-law, to him limping to support. At the beginning, it was not considered the top group. Isn't this the difference between supervillains and superheroes? There must also be the determination to stop evil and protect life at all costs. Is this Osborn building Osborn Industries? Tony Stark remembered that there seemed to be an Osborn industry, but the problem is that this Osborn industry is obviously a small witch compared to the Stark Industries group. Especially Captain America Rogers, who also has such a temperament, admires this kind of perseverance very much. Even if he is misunderstood and targeted by the whole world, he will do what he thinks is right. That kind of single-handed, like the night on Quixote, the momentum of going forward, even if there are thousands of people, that atmosphere convinced everyone. The momentum of even if I'm the only one left in the world, I will stop you is enough to make everyone look at him with new eyes. They have to admit that this is a hero, a lone superhero. Even though they are all superheroes, their vision is much higher than that of ordinary people. But such courage and never giving up are enough to move them, as if they saw Tony Stark carrying a nuclear bomb into a black hole for the first time. It should be Osborn Industries. Nick Fury nodded. Compared with this, the little guy in their time and space seems to be far behind. It's really touching. Of course, this is obviously a parallel universe, a matter of other timelines, so it's normal to be different. A project that turns people into lizards is not a good thing, no matter how you look at it. According to their understanding of Osborn Industries, the main business is mainly to produce biochemical products, and also to carry out some arms business. In general, compared with Stark Industries, it can only be regarded as a second-rate enterprise. A piece of news that he didn't pay attention to before suddenly flooded into his mind. That is, the Osborn family seems to have a family genetic disease, so they don't live long. In recent years, Osborn Industries has continuously supported experiments in various biochemical laboratories, and may also be seeking a solution. Just what he knows is that there are some incredible products, and this Dr. Lizard didn't go anywhere, but he had to go to Osborn Building. Could it be that he really had something to do with Osborn Industries? Although he didn't know what Dr. Lizard wanted to do, he also knew that if Dr. Lizard really succeeded, the consequences would be disastrous. In the picture, Gwen took advantage of the chaos and ran downstairs and happened to meet her old father George. "Dad, I want to give this to Spider-Man," Gwen hurriedly explained to her father. "It can stop the lizard man." But George only cared about his daughter's safety and didn't want to care about it at all. In the end, George showed his cards, let his daughter get in the car, and he took the antidote for the lizard man upstairs. At this time, Dr. Lizard had come to the roof of the Osborn building and put the potion into the device. When the potion and rainwater merged and sprayed all over New York, it would become a kingdom of lizard man. At the critical moment, Peter Parker arrived and fought with Dr. Lizard. The two sides launched an extremely tragic battle on the roof, which was dazzling. Seeing that Peter Parker was injured and could not exert his full strength and was controlled by Dr. Lizard, he took off Peter Parker's mask directly and saw that it was his good student Peter Parker, and a sneer appeared on his face and said, "Poor Peter Parker, no mother, no father, no uncle, alone." At this time, at the critical moment, his father-in-law George arrived and shot directly at the liquid nitrogen tube, using the liquid nitrogen tube to freeze Dr. Lizard directly and directly blow up its body. But at this time, there was not much time left for them. At the critical moment, it was George who gave the antidote to Peter Parker and asked him to save the whole city. However, when he faced Dr. Lizard, who had completed the regeneration of his broken limbs, he was directly stabbed to death by a claw. "No!" Gwen outside the screen exclaimed. When she saw her old father died in the hands of Dr. Lizard, she immediately couldn't control her awe. Although that was the father of a parallel time and space, in her heart, she almost regarded this father as her own father. When encountering dangerous things, he protected her behind him and faced it alone. She could hardly control the breath of her body spreading outward, and her eyes were red. This Dr. Lizard was Professor Connors. She almost didn't know how to face this murderer of her father in the future. Although she knew that it was a matter of parallel time and space, and Professor Connors in her universe had not done anything, let alone killed her father, she still had a grudge in her heart. No matter what Spider-Woman was, she was just an ordinary girl. At this time, the picture was at a critical moment. At the critical moment, Peter Parker injected the antidote into the device and fired it into the sky. The potion turned into rain and fell, and Dr. Lizard was touched by the potion and transformed back into a human being. At the critical moment, Dr. Connors, who had regained his sanity, saved Peter Parker. But as the price of restoring his human form, his right hand turned into ashes like smoke and dust again. After Peter Parker was rescued, he hurriedly found George, who was pierced by the claws. "Lizard?" Seeing Peter Parker coming, Sheriff George asked hurriedly. "It's okay now, we stopped him," Peter Parker said hurriedly to comfort him. When he wanted to carry Sheriff George down, he found that he couldn't move at all and would only die faster. He even persuaded Peter Parker at the end, saying, "You need to leave before they get there." "Okay, I'm not going anywhere." Peter Parker shook his head and said, "I wronged you, Peter." George said with difficulty, "This city needs you. Take it. You will need this. You will make countless enemies, and it is inevitable that someone will get hurt. Sometimes it will be your closest person, so I want you to promise me one thing, okay?" He handed the Spider-Man mask to Peter Parker and then said, "Don't involve Gwen. Promise me, promise me." George was still worried about his daughter in the end. When he saw Peter Parker nod, he finally closed his eyes. Peter Parker cried helplessly with tears and red eyes. After a moment, he staggered to his feet and looked at this prosperous city. Because of his efforts, he successfully protected this beautiful city, but the price was the death of his girlfriend's father. Such a price is not to be underestimated. After the heavy rain, many people who turned into lizardmen finally turned back into humans. At this time, Gwen outside the screen was already crying. Although she knew that her father was fine and this was just a father in a parallel universe, she couldn't help crying. She knew that, if it was her own father, he would do the same. In essence, they were the same. Thinking of this, she called her father and said in a crying voice, "Dad, I miss you. I'll go home for dinner tonight." George on the other end of the phone heard his daughter crying, but said nothing, just replied okay. Chapter 186. Every Spider-Man is a lone warrior. For Gwen, seeing her father in another world die because of her, grief surged in her heart. For others, it was another feeling. The whole picture looked very tragic and moving. They were moved by the four parties that appeared in this scene, especially the scene where the people tried their best to help Spider-Man. They were somewhat envious, especially when many people in their world did not understand them very well. Of course, they also knew that this must be the case when Peter Parker had been doing good things for many years, and people's hearts were all flesh and blood. Then Gwen's father, George, showed the bravery and sacrifice that a policeman should have, and finally worried about his daughter. Spider-Man Peter Parker was like Don Quixote, a lone hero. Even Dr. Lizard, the villain, saved Peter Parker once at a critical moment. It seems that the problem should be the process of turning into a lizard. Once you turn into a lizard, the whole person may become another person, just like the previous quantum virus turned people into zombies. The wisdom of the person will still be there, but the personality has transformed into another appearance, and it is more ambitious. Tony Stark analyzed. After he turned back into a human, he seemed to have a conscience again. No wonder Lin Feng was willing to cooperate with him. It turns out that he was not that bad when he was a human. Everyone couldn't help laughing. It was true. If Lin Feng's combat power was used as a reference, it really didn't matter whether he changed or not. No wonder Lin Feng emphasized that he couldn't turn into Dr. Lizard. As long as he didn't turn into Dr. Lizard, he would still be a very powerful biochemical genius. Tony Stark said. It was none other than Spider-Man's famous villain, Dr. Octopus. But now, looking around, it seems that everyone has superpowers. Peter Parker. The amount was anxious, and a figure appeared in front of everyone. It was a man with several steel tentacles like an octopus behind him. Toby Spider's famous scene is also touching. Perhaps, this is the meaning of being a superhero. Everyone nodded, and then Black Widow Natasha said, obviously, it should be affected by the drug he injected. This kind of transformation usually has such problems. If I remember correctly, the super soldier serum also has similar side effects. Good people will become more kind, and evil people will become more evil. But basic supervision is still necessary. I will arrange someone to keep an eye on this guy, Nick Fury said. But I think, even if he turns into a lizard man again, it won't be a big problem, because he is unlikely to beat Lin Feng. Hawkeye Barton shrugged and said, but his potion, I guess it can turn everyone into a lizard man. I saw more than one lizard man. Later, after being wetted by the replaced potion, they returned to human form. Bruce Banner said. Another new video appeared in the diary. Everyone clicked it and saw that it was another brand new Spider-Man, a Spider-Man they had never seen before. Everyone silently recorded all this. The previous one was Garfield Spider, and this one was Toby Spider. Captain America Rogers rubbed his brows and had a headache. He just woke up from a nap and found that he had not only come to the future 70 years later, but also had a headache. He didn't know how so many supervillains appeared in this world that he didn't know about. Everyone looked at Captain America Rogers, and Captain America nodded. There was indeed such a problem, so he became Captain America, and the Red Skull became an extremely evil existence. Although this potion looks very perverted and will turn humans into lizards, it looks scary, but in any case, it is a very incredible technology. Everyone thought about it for a while and immediately felt a chill all over their body. If they also turned into lizard people, it would be too terrible. Not only would their appearance change, but even their personality would be replaced, and they would become unlike themselves. How could they bear it? And Lin Feng also said that it was just a product of anxiety, which did not mean that this road would definitely not work. It might just be that the early experiments were not done enough. In the picture, when Toby's version of Peter Parker was about to kiss his girlfriend Mary Jane, a huge car suddenly hit him. At the critical moment, he relied on his spider sense to dodge and save his girlfriend at the same time. 70 years ago, he knew that there were only two people in the world who could barely be considered to have squeezed into the extraordinary side. One was him, and the other was Red Skull. Dr. Octopus smiled and said to Peter Parker, "And your girlfriend? What do you want to do?" Peter Parker asked. Dr. Octopus, with a ferocious face, directly grabbed Peter Parker's neck with his steel tentacles, dragged him in front of him, and said, "I want you to find your Spider-Man friend, and tell him to meet me at the West Side Clock Tower at 3 o'clock. Obviously, this Dr. Octopus did not know that the boy in front of him was Spider-Man. However, the people outside the picture still recognized that this was Spider-Man Peter Parker through his agile and unpresentable skills just now. The analysis of the age of the car and the surrounding decorations should be close to the new century, or before the new century, Tony Stark analyzed secretly. If you count it this way, although the 3 Spider-Men are all on Earth, the amazing thing is that the years on Earth are different. This Tobey Spider seems to be the oldest in the 1990s, while the Garfield Spider seems to be much closer to the present, after 2005. The one closest to the present era is the Dutch Spider-Man in their universe. He doesn't know why there is a difference in age, but obviously, there may be some secret hidden behind it. "I don't know where he is," Spider-Man Peter Parker said. Dr. Octopus took off his glasses with a tentacle and said, "Find him. Otherwise I will cut her." Dr. Octopus threatened Mary Jane with his steel tentacles and said coldly, "If you dare to touch her hair." Peter Parker threatened in return. "What can you do?" Dr. Octopus said with a sneer, and then his steel tentacles directly threw Peter Parker against the wall, almost breaking his bones. He didn't take Peter Parker, a coward, seriously at all. If he didn't have a friend who was Spider-Man, he couldn't even pay a little attention to him. Peter Parker could only watch him take his girlfriend away. At least he didn't kill anyone, and he seems to be a little rational. Hawkeye Barton said. "But I feel that I suddenly understand that it is dangerous to be the family of a superhero. Gwen almost died before, and she couldn't escape death in the end. This girl was also kidnapped. It's really dangerous." Black Widow Natasha said. Everyone was silent, because many people had the experience of their family and friends being implicated. For example, Tony Stark's house was bombed in the future, and his good friend broke his spine, and was completely paralyzed. But is he also a supervillain? Bruce Banner said. His superpower should be those metal grippers that look like octopus tentacles, but the question is, if it is in modern society, can he defend against bullets? Everyone nodded. This Dr. Octopus looks flashy and his tentacles look intimidating, but in fact, he poses no threat. He will die after a barrage of fire. It's just that they bully Spider-Man, because he has no weapons. If he meets Iron Man, he will be turned into a sieve. Let alone Spider-Man. The American people are so tough and there is no idleness in the United States. If someone pulls out a shotgun at any time on the roadside, you won't know how you died. The previous Lizard Man at least had the amazing ability to regenerate broken limbs, and could quickly regenerate after being interrupted. This villain seems to be specially made for Peter Parker. Coulson complained. Everyone couldn't help but want to laugh, but it really made sense. Just when everyone was still complaining about the simple configuration of Dr. Octopus, the scene changed, and Peter Parker had transformed into Spider-Man, and appeared on the top of the huge clock tower to meet Dr. Octopus. "Where is she?" Peter Parker asked directly. "Oh, she's fine, let's talk." Dr. Octopus looked at Spider-Man, smiled a little, and said. Then the two sides fought directly. Spider-Man Peter Parker had better physical fitness, but Dr. Octopus's steel tentacles were more powerful. As Tony Stark predicted, because there was no decent heavy firepower, Peter Parker had a very difficult time fighting Dr. Octopus. Especially in the eyes of the crowd, it seemed very unprofessional. In addition to Bruce Banner, even Tony Stark had learned fighting skills here, and a fighting template was installed inside his armor for assistance. In their eyes, the fight between the two was too rough. Especially for Captain Rogers, the master of fighting. If he had the strength of Spider-Man Peter Parker, he would have ended the fight long ago, and that Dr. Octopus could not be his opponent at all. The two fought all the way from the clock tower to a light rail, and the fight continued on the light rail. The whole process was very thrilling, especially Peter Parker almost died several times, and was almost killed on the spot by an oncoming chariot. In order to avoid being hit and killed, he was thrown out of the train, but he kept chasing. Facing Spider-Man's pursuit, Dr. Octopus was completely angry. Chapter 187 Spider-Man deserves to be the number one hype. Completely enraged, Dr. Octopus attacked the train directly, increased the speed of the train to the fastest, then pulled out all the joysticks, threw them to Spider-Man Peter Parker, and then left directly. At this time, Spider-Man Peter Parker was left with a train that was about to get out of control. Help, help, I can't stop, the brakes are gone. The driver hurriedly asked Spider-Man for help. Seeing this scene, everyone outside the screen frowned slightly. If it were them, this battle would probably not turn out like this, but Spider-Man obviously had less experience and was directly forced into a dead end by Dr. Octopus. Faced with this situation, Spider-Man Peter Parker had already seen the bridge deck break in the distance. If he rushed out without blocking, the train would probably be destroyed and killed immediately. He had to take off his damaged mask and then came to the front of the train to let everyone see his original appearance. Everyone was shocked. Obviously, they didn't expect that the famous Spider-Man was still such a young child. They look like teenagers at most, and they look about the same age as the younger generations in their family, but they have to shoulder the responsibility of saving the world. Oh my god, this is Spider-Man? It's like the people who became their fans after they became superheroes. Very small, but very heartwarming. They are scolded by others every day, but now, some other people have told them another truth. That is, their hard work is not in vain. Not all people are so conscienceless. Although these superheroes protect the people spontaneously, no one will reward them, no one will pay them wages, and they have never expected these, but when they see this scene, they still feel that it is worth it. They work so hard to protect the world and the earth, and even have to sacrifice their lives. Is it worth it? There are also many people who understand them, support them, and are willing to protect them with their tiny power. These ordinary people who are protected by them also want to protect these superheroes at critical moments. Maybe their power is so insignificant, but they will also give back their gratitude. He tried his best, and finally at the critical moment, the train was pulled back. However, even so, the head of the train had already rushed out of the broken bridge, and was about to fall. Even Peter Parker, who had used up all his strength, finally used up all his physical strength at this time, and his eyes went black, and he was about to fall. But there was no way to stop the runaway train. Even if he used spider silk, there was no way to stop it. Everyone was surprised, especially Spider-Man, who was very well known in New York, otherwise he would not be a good neighbor to New York citizens. Their will to protect the earth is very firm, but the accusation of not being understood also makes them feel very tired from the bottom of their hearts. Especially after experiencing the previous so-called agreement video, and being forced to tear the Avengers into two halves and fight each other, they were a little bit drummed in their hearts, and even had some hesitations, even if not much, but the hesitation was real. It must be said that Spider-Man's power is indeed amazing, far exceeding the peak of human power like Captain America Rogers. Seeing this scene, all the superheroes of the Avengers felt inexplicably moved at this time. At this moment, the passengers on the train grabbed him one by one and carried him into the carriage. Compared with the superheroes, these ordinary people are too weak, but they are willing to tolerate these superheroes. When people saw the appearance of Spider-Man Peter Parker, everyone showed incredible expressions on their faces. Some people said in disbelief, he is just a child, not even as old as my son. In the hearts of the people, perhaps no matter what, they have never thought that Peter Parker is such a small child, at most in his teens or 20s, but how many people he has saved, and truly carried the whole world on his shoulders. How can this not make everyone feel emotional? After a while, Peter Parker woke up and was panicked. He was not wearing a hood, but at this time, a black uncle stood up to comfort Peter Parker and said, "It's okay." However, Peter Parker at this time only wanted to save people and didn't care about so many things. In the picture, people carefully brought Spider-Man into the carriage. He tried to use his feet as foot brakes to stop the train. Then, two children came to Spider-Man Peter Parker and said, "We found this." One of the children handed Spider-Man's mask to Peter Parker. This scene was so touching. Peter Parker took the mask, and the child said, "We won't tell anyone. It's great that you can come back." Spider-Man Peter Parker couldn't help but tear up when he heard this, and then he put on the mask with emotion. His efforts were not unknown, and not that no one would thank him. Spider-Man Peter Parker got up with difficulty, but at this moment, Dr. Octopus came back again and roared at everyone, "He is mine. If you want to touch him, you have to get past me first." A citizen stood up and said, and me too. Very good. Dr. Octopus sneered, and then used his steel tentacles to clear the way and directly slapped everyone against the wall of the train. Ordinary people simply do not have the ability to fight against Dr. Octopus. Seeing this scene, Tony Stark couldn't help but complain. Shootings happen every day, and tens of thousands of people die in shootings every year. Is there no one with a gun on the entire train? As long as there is one person with a gun, he can be shot to death directly. But obviously there is no one, and the scene ends here. Everyone is very emotional. They didn't expect that the ending would be like this. Facing a supervillain like Dr. Octopus, countless citizens stood up and bravely confronted him. I think it is necessary to add a one-hit kill mode to the battlesuit. We can't be soft on these supervillains. I mean, if I can make a battlesuit for that little guy. Tony Stark said. He already knew that he would make a spider suit for Peter Parker in the future, and he already had many creative ideas, and he wanted to incorporate all of them into the spider suit. It had to be bulletproof, it had to prevent electric shocks, it had to have a parachute, it had to have warmth retention, and now he had discovered that it had to have a one-hit kill mode. When facing some cruel targets that had to be killed, it had to be quick and decisive. But now I seem to understand a little bit why Spider-Man is the most popular ripe in Lin Feng's universe. He deserves such popularity, and he deserves the love of the people, said Black Widow Natasha. The he here naturally refers to all Spider-Mans, not just one of them. There is no doubt that his performance is worthy of what Lin Feng said about his popularity. The hot-blooded young man and the lonely brave Don Quixote. Every point is very touching to the audience. Even Tony Stark had to admit that, well, it is indeed a bit attractive. Of course, the little fellow in their parallel universe may not have such awareness yet. Every Spider-Man is called Peter Parker. I always feel that this is fate, destined. At this time, Hawkeye Barton spoke. Everyone nodded, but they had discussed this issue last time. In Lin Feng's words, that was the chosen son of the Spider Totem. Who knows what secrets there are? This time, the diary was obviously written by Lin Feng when he was in high spirits. Soon, there was no follow-up. Everyone dispersed, except for Gwen, who was crying and swollen eyes, who went home to find her father for dinner. It did not affect other people much. Lin Feng's plan was proceeding step by step. A few days later, Lin Feng called Ivan Vanko to the office. At this time, Ivan Vanko was wearing a white coat and looked no different from ordinary scientific researchers. The only difference was that he looked like a huge bear. But Ivan Vanko did not dare to be arrogant in front of Lin Feng. He was very clear about Lin Feng's terrible fighting power, which was simply inhuman. He was even one of the scientists who studied the secrets of Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng wanted to use the rules of the Marvel world to analyze the secrets of his motherland templates to see if there was any way to reverse the secrets and even reversely develop compound number 5. But the results are minimal at present. I don't know if it's because it involves other superhero universes, or it's just because the technology level of Lin Feng's company is too low. But for Ivan Vanko, the more he knows, the more terrifying he feels. His physical fitness looks no different from that of a normal person, but in fact he is terrifyingly strong, like a terrifying monster. A casual punch can blow up a high purity alloy. There is no weakness at all, and large caliber bullets do not pose any threat to him. Boss, you are looking for me? Ivan Vanko said very obediently. Seeing Ivan Vanko's look, Lin Feng suddenly felt funny. This is good, and it is not a waste of Lin Feng's special effort to pull him into his core scientists work group. It's like this, I want you to make an iron armor, Lin Feng said. It's the kind of iron armor that Tony Stark has. Here are the development materials related to his iron armor. Lin Feng took out a USB flash drive and handed it to Ivan Vanko, and then said, Chapter 188, the famous scene of being thrown around by Hulk. Of course, the information about the iron armor in Lin Feng's hand was obtained from the Ministry of Defense through personal connections. After Tony Stark handed Mark II to his good friend Colonel Rhodes, it was no longer a secret. The various designs of the armor, including the intelligent auxiliary system, etc., have all been thoroughly studied by major American arms dealers. This is almost no secret. Tony Stark was reluctant to hand over the armor before because of this reason. But the problem is that their reverse engineering can obviously only do this if other things can be smashed with money, including the material of the armor itself, the various new technologies used, etc. They can barely make a fake and shoddy product. Then the cold nuclear fusion reactor is completely beyond their ability. According to the normal development of science and technology, this thing may not be mastered by humans for hundreds of years. It depends on Tony Stark's superbrain to realize it. It depends entirely on the protagonist's halo. And other people, let alone reverse research. It is impossible to imitate it. So this plan is stuck. Without the arc reactor to provide energy, what is the difference between this and ordinary exoskeleton armor? No difference. The only difference is that the price is too expensive. Do I need to prepare the yellow robe in advance? He actually wanted to make this armor for a long time, but he didn't have the relevant technical reserves. I wonder where the technology comes from. Ivan Vanko looked at Lin Feng with a little suspicion. During this period of time, he was constantly learning. So after getting all the information about the war machine, that is, the future Iron Patriot, Lin Feng called Ivan Vanko over as soon as possible. The source of this technology is Tony Stark. They are all derived from Tony Stark. I want you to make a mass-produced version of the Iron Soldier Core, which is unmanned and has independent combat modules. Lin Feng said. It is necessary to reduce the cost and have a considerable degree of combat effectiveness. Hearing this request, Ivan Vanko almost asked out loud, "Boss, are you planning to rebel?" If it were someone else, he would only think that the person in front of him was crazy and wanted to rebel on the land of the world's largest country. But if it was Lin Feng, there would probably be a 1% success rate. Previously, what Ivan Vanko made was at most a high-tech prosthesis, not a real battle armor, and was intended for users around the world. But this time was different. He was going to make a real battle armor. But Lin Feng was not afraid. Although he did not have any protagonist halo, his subordinates all had villain halo. He was already very strong, but Tony Stark was more terrifying. He was the real son of destiny, who could forcibly open up an unprecedented path. He was even more suspicious. Did Lin Feng really want to rebel on the North American continent? Was it really like what he said in the Chinese novel he read recently? And using other energy sources, with only so few slots left, it was impossible to drive it. Abade tried every means to copy a low-quality version of Iron Overlord, but there was no way to solve the problem of the arc reactor. This was the principle. Standard. Just follow the standard of fighting aliens. Lin Feng said. Even his brain really began to consider the possibility of success of this rebellion. After all, he still didn't know what could hurt his monster-like boss, but that didn't mean there was nothing. He knew too well the killing machines with amazing killing efficiency in the hands of the US government. Ivan Vanko looked at Lin Feng with an even stranger look. He said, "Boss, you don't have to play tricks on me like this. Where do aliens come from in our world?" The theoretical basis of his arc reactor came from the technical drawings left by his father, but a war armor requires more than just an arc reactor. Those were all blind spots in his knowledge. Although I don't want to use Tony Stark's technology, it's just your request, boss. I can only agree. But what level of combat power do you want, boss? You know, the height of the combat power of the war armor depends largely on what kind of technology and materials it uses. If it cuts corners too much, the combat power will be greatly reduced. Ivan Vanko said. The supervillains who are shrouded in the aura of villains may even do more dazzling than the protagonists who are shrouded in the aura of protagonists before they die. In the original timeline, he also obtained the relevant technical information of the Hungry War Machine from Hammer Industries, and then successfully developed his own Steel Soldier technology. The blue sky is dead, so the yellow sky should be established. That's too outrageous. Hearing this, Lin Feng smiled and said, Ivan, you have also seen my physical data. Do you really think this world is the same as you think? There are not only werewolves and vampires in this world, but also aliens. In more than 2 years, they will invade the earth, understand? Hearing this, Ivan Vanko's face suddenly changed. He did not ask Lin Feng about the source of the information. It seemed that with Lin Feng's strength and status, there was no need to deceive him. There was no need at all. He immediately began to get nervous. Although he was a supervillain, as a human being, facing aliens, he naturally knew which side to stand on. Ivan Vanko's hatred was only directed at Tony Stark. As for other people, he didn't care. If the human beings on Earth were finished, and the Earth was occupied by aliens, he would also be finished. Russia did not have the saying that, if the nest is overturned, there will be no eggs left intact, but there was always similar ancient wisdom, so it was naturally very clear. This time, in order to prepare for the invasion, Ivan Vanko suddenly became much more proactive. Just after sending Ivan Vanko away, Lin Feng saw a huge rainbow from the glass curtain wall behind him, falling directly from the sky into the industrial park of Lin's technology. Rainbow Bridge. Lin Feng was stunned. Thor had not appeared on Earth for a while, and he almost forgot that there was such a person. He thought about it for a while, and it seemed that Thor had smashed the Rainbow Bridge in the original story, and it would take a long time to repair it. So it is repaired now? Lin Feng remembered that Thor had not been to Earth for a long time, and even lost his girlfriend. But since Thor came to Earth, why did he come to him first instead of looking for his girlfriend? The sudden appearance of Thor immediately made the security system in the entire Lens Technology Industrial Park run non-stop, and fully armed personnel immediately came forward to surround Thor. However, at the critical moment, Lin Feng called him to stop, and the two sides did not conflict. After inviting Thor to the huge mansion he had left in the industrial park, Lin Feng said, "Mr. Thor, why are you here today? I'm here to treat you to a drink." Thor said, "Last time, I needed your help to defeat the destroyer armor. Didn't I say I would treat you to a drink? The Rainbow Bridge in Asgard was broken before, so I haven't come to Earth again. It was repaired recently, and I came to fulfill my promise as soon as possible." Lin Feng looked at Thor suspiciously, wondering if he just wanted to drink and came all the way from Asgard to treat him to a drink. But he remembered that this was indeed the case. This is the divine wine of our Asgard, which is usually only used to entertain the best friends. Thor took out a simple looking wine bottle. Lin Feng was immediately amazed. Asgard is indeed a god with a deep heritage. This wine bottle is actually a product of magic. Yes, he felt the breath of magic from it. Okay, in that case, I'd rather obey you than be disrespectful. Lin Feng was also a little greedy, and he also wanted to know what was so special about this Asgard's divine wine. Thor immediately poured the divine wine into the wine glass he brought with him, and a burst of wine aroma suddenly filled his nose. Lin Feng felt a little energy fluctuation in it. He didn't hesitate to drink a glass of it, and immediately felt warm all over. A stream of energy flowed into his limbs and bones, turning into pure magic energy. Good wine. Lin Feng shouted immediately. Thor looked at Lin Feng with a bit of surprise in his eyes. The divine wine he brought was not simple. It was brewed with a secret recipe passed down in Asgard for many years. It contained extremely huge energy. Ordinary people would faint immediately after drinking a sip, and their whole body would be burst by energy. However, Lin Feng was able to remain calm. There was no doubt that his physical fitness was strong. Thor didn't hesitate to drink it directly. The two of them drank one cup after another, chatting and drinking at the same time. It was late at night. There was no telling how much divine wine was in the bottle, and they could not finish it. In the end, Thor was the first to fall down. Even though he was the god of thunder, he could not hold on. On the contrary, Lin Feng had just entered the state, and was a little tipsy. Lin Feng stretched his body. His magic power increased by 1/10 in this afternoon. This divine wine was indeed extraordinary. The Asgardians ate and drank this divine thing every day. No wonder they could evolve into the gods. In his eyes, the difference between the Asgardians and the Earthlings was only the difference in the degree of evolution. After Lin Feng called someone to help the drunk Thor go down to rest, he opened his diary and began to record today's diary. It was already late at night, and Lin Feng hurriedly wrote in his diary, so he couldn't stop. Today, Thor came from Asgard to drink with me. The wine of Asgard is really extraordinary. It is not only delicious, but also can increase strength. It is a good thing. I wonder if there is a way to get more from Thor. But after Thor got drunk, he couldn't even walk. It was so funny. I suddenly thought of the famous scene where the two brothers were tossed around by Hulk. Right square bracket. Chapter 189 Hulk, such a weak god. Updated. Please subscribe. Thor is coming to Earth. Tony Stark put down his work and saw the record in the diary. Jarvis, did you take any photos? Yes, sir. Several satellites have taken photos of the Rainbow Bridge crossing the void. Jarvis projected the photos and a video in front of him. These were all taken by Tony Stark's private satellite. Recently, he launched many satellites into the sky. At first, it was mainly to guard against Lin Feng. Later, he found that the world's problems were not just Lin Feng's. There were many problems that needed to be dealt with and solved, so he launched many satellites, not only to monitor the Earth, but also to monitor the outside of the Earth. Especially after knowing that aliens would invade, this anxiety became more serious. However, the best orbits above the Earth are basically the home turfs of major countries, or, to be more precise, the home turfs of China and the United States. Private satellites like his can only choose orbits with less good positions. Therefore, more satellites are needed to fill the gaps, but fortunately, he lacks everything except money. It's really amazing technology, Tony Stark said with emotion. The last time he saw such an outrageous technology was when the wizards used teleportation arrays. He couldn't help but sigh that there were indeed many magical technologies on the magic side that he couldn't understand at all. Is Hulk involved in this matter? Bruce Banner didn't understand. No matter how outrageous the things he recorded were, they would most likely come true in the end, or at least they really existed in another timeline. No, Jarvis said truthfully. Based on the situation filmed, it seems to be some kind of space technology. It seems to be teleported from the depths of the universe, but it may be shot from other dimensions. Everyone joked. It seems that even gods can't resist Hulk's strength. Bruce Banner could only smile awkwardly. That's right. So Asgard is not on a certain planet, but in a certain dimension. Tony Stark nodded, not surprised. He had just launched a Hubble telescope-class super-large observation equipment for observing the universe into the universe. Compared with NASA, which is stingy, he is not short of money. His funds are astronomical every moment, and he uses the best technology, including many technologies developed by Tony Stark himself. People from S.H.I.E.L.D. have come online one after another. It is probably only the wizards on Earth who may have a way to reach those different dimensions. At the same time, Thor has sobered up. After using his divine power, the feeling of drunkenness has subsided. The moment he sensed the update of the diary, he did it instinctively. Of course, he was on guard against the future Chitauri. How could Hulk be so cruel? Throwing the two brothers, Thor and Loki, around. To be honest, even he could hardly imagine that scene. That is a place that human technology cannot explore at all at present, and it belongs to the field of magic. What? Being thrown around by Hulk? Thor frowned. His first reaction was to disbelieve it, but the person who said this was not someone else, but Lin Feng. But now, after experiencing so much, or in other words, after experiencing so much in Lin Feng's diary, he has matured a lot without realizing it. In fact, during this period of time, they have also studied many Nordic myths, including many materials on Asgard, and the conclusion they have drawn is that Asgard is in some dimensional space. The biggest possibility is that it is in another dimension. The entire Asgard is a huge concentration camp for alcoholics. There are almost no people who don't like to drink. The only difference is whether they can use divine power to sober up. Of course, he usually doesn't do this, because he also enjoys the feeling of being drunk. Have you taken a picture of its source? Tony Stark said. Otherwise, according to the myth of Asgard, the 9 worlds including the Earth are all on the World Tree, but the World Tree cannot be seen in reality. There is only one possibility. If Asgard exists, and the World Tree exists, then the World Tree may exist in a form that they cannot understand. He secretly thought that it was not good. He would not really see the scene of him being tossed around by Hulk at that time. This guy is really not friendly at all. Thor muttered. He knew that many people would read the contents of the diary, and when they saw his social death, his reputation would be ruined. So he couldn't help but complain a little. After he repaired the rainbow bridge, he came to him to drink and brought the best wine in Asgard, but he repaid him like this? Isn't this a bit impolite? Just say that these two brothers are exactly the same, otherwise they are half brothers. The way they were beaten is exactly the same. There is no end to the jokes about this family. A video appeared in the diary, and everyone clicked in to take a look. However, it was another fierce battlefield of the Chitauri invasion. On the battlefield, Black Widow Natasha controlled a Chitauri aircraft to fly in the sky. Behind her, Loki also drove the aircraft to chase Black Widow frantically. You again. Black Widow was speechless. At this time, everyone outside the screen was stunned. How could it be a scene of Chitauri invasion? Many people were dumbfounded. This was obviously completely different from what they knew. They had discussed before that if Loki's scepter and the invasion of the Chitauri appeared together, it means that Loki may have tried to invade the Earth in advance. Just like in another timeline, when Hawkeye Barton killed Thor, he immediately led his troops to invade the Earth. So in everyone's judgment, Loki should have invaded the Earth first, and the Chitauri invaded later. But now it seems that the two happened together. In other words, the Chitauri invasion was probably caused by Loki. Why did the Chitauri kill the Earth? It was speculated before that there might be a traitor on the Earth and the Chitauri cooperated with each other. Now there is no need to guess. The person who cooperated with each other has appeared, and it is none other than Loki. No, to be precise, it is not a cooperation between the inside and the outside. After all, Loki is not an Earthling at all. How can this be considered a cooperation between the inside and the outside? They can even imagine that Loki invaded the Earth first, then built the transmission device on the Earth, and finally led the Chitauri to the Earth. And they thought again, if this Chitauri is Thanos' subordinate, then it means that Loki and Thanos have colluded with each other. Another explosive speculation. When Thor saw this, he was relieved and upset for a while. He was relieved that he probably knew where his brother was, but he was sad that he had colluded with Thanos, which made him feel so disappointed. These two crises have merged into one crisis. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? Hawkeye Barton shrugged and asked. It doesn't feel like a good thing. Coulson said. We were already busy dealing with a Chitauri, not to mention that we have to deal with Loki now. But it seems that Loki didn't come out to make trouble from beginning to end. Could it be related to what Lin Feng said about being thrown around by Hulk? Hill said. Everyone continued to watch. Hawkeye? The hunted Black Widow shouted hurriedly. Nata, what are you doing? Hawkeye Barton asked. Help me. Black Widow shouted. She couldn't explain it clearly for a while, but Hawkeye Barton had obviously noticed the situation over there. He pulled out an arrow from behind, then aimed at Loki, and said with a confident smile, I'm aiming at you. As he said that, a long arrow shot out, but Loki reacted quickly and caught it directly in his hand, with a smug smile on his face. But the next second, the arrow exploded, instantly blowing him out and landing on Tony Stark's Stark building. Well done, Clint. Black Widow shouted outside the screen, and everyone laughed. Especially before, Loki was so high-spirited that he simply didn't take anyone seriously, but in the end he was taught a lesson, and taught a lesson. It's worthy of being a man who can kill gods. Tony Stark said jokingly. Hawkeye Barton was a little excited when he saw this scene. Speaking of it, he had killed a god and severely injured another god. This was simply too awesome. To the point where he can brag to his descendants when he is old. To the point where his family tree can have a separate page. However, at this time, it was not over yet. Loki was blasted to the ground, and before he could react, he saw a green figure rushing over and knocking him into the glass curtain wall in an instant. Loki fell to the ground fiercely. He saw the Hulk rushing over and finally got furious. This stupid big guy reminded him of his brother Thor. He was also a guy who only had muscles but no brains. Enough, you lowly mortals, I'm a god, I tell you, I will not be by an ant. Before he finished speaking, he was grabbed by the Hulk, swung left and right, and smashed several big holes on the ground. After everything was over, Loki looked at the ceiling with lifeless eyes, with a look of despair on his face, and let out a slight scream. What a weak god. the Hulk said as he walked, with disdain on his face. It was as if the one being tossed around and hit by it was not a high and mighty god, but just an ordinary human being. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190 Thor, I Won't Be So Socially Dead. Second update, please subscribe. Silence. Deathly silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even though Lin Feng had said before that swinging back and forth might seem a bit imaginary, when they really saw this scene, they were still stunned. Everyone saw how high-spirited Loki was just now. Especially Loki's strength, although a bit miserable, but still recognized by everyone. Especially don't look at him being blown away by Hawkeye, but he was able to react instantly and catch Hawkeye's arrow. You know that his physical fitness is definitely better than Captain America Rogers. The so-called not good at close combat, that is only for muscular men like his brother Thor. Compared with ordinary earthlings, that is half a Superman. It is not something that ordinary people can compare. After all, it is also a god. Even if this god is not exactly the same as the god they know, it is definitely not a weakling. It's too much to watch. He spread his hands helplessly. This is not something he can control. No way. Looking at it this way, it was really not easy for him to defeat Hulk by using the anti-Hulk armor. However, he soon realized that it was his turn. He found himself being dragged and placed on a chair, surrounded by a group of people guarding him. The scene changed, and after an unknown amount of time, he barely got up from the ground, but he noticed that he had been surrounded by the Avengers. He could only say helplessly, if possible, I want to drink that glass of wine. With that pitiful little look, who would have thought that he was just talking nonsense and felt that he was awesome? Thor prayed secretly that he would never be like that, otherwise, he would be completely socially dead. Try to move. Without comparison, it is impossible to imagine how powerful the anti-Hulk armor is. But now he was smashed to the ground like this, which was extremely tragic. How can I put it? Hulk is really hard to beat. Tony Stark couldn't help laughing, but he also had to sigh that Loki had almost no reaction and was defeated by Hulk in an instant. This scene was really funny. At this time, a warning came. Even in the process of fighting, he was almost demolished by Hulk. Laughing to death. Obviously, he was talking about the glass of wine Tony Stark gave him before. He didn't cherish it well at that time, and it was useless to cherish it now. As for Thor, he was not in such a good mood, because he noticed another possibility. That is, if his being thrown around was also like this, it would be too embarrassing. No way, no way, don't be like this. It's just unbearable to watch. Hulk is very strong. Bruce Banner said. The greater his anger, the stronger his fighting power. This Loki has fallen into his hands. My hands are not as stable as before. As Thor turned his head to look, Mr. Stanley, wearing equipment, appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was stunned, because this person seemed very familiar. Natasha, the Black Wife, said, Tony, is this the one who called you big shit? Yes, but can you not call me by that nickname? I don't think it's good at all. Tony Stark said speechlessly. Isn't this the old man who suddenly showed up to deliver Captain America's Express to him when he was helping War Machine Rhodes with rehabilitation training after the Avengers Civil War? Although he shouldn't remember such a person normally, who made Tony Big Shit really upset him. During this period of time, these people called him Big Shit at every turn, which made him speechless, so he remembered this person especially. He has a part-time job. Tony Stark said a little speechlessly. A part-time barber? Odin, you can't cut my hair, otherwise you will incur the wrath of Thor. In the picture, Thor looked at Mr. Stanley who was walking over step by step with great fear. But after hearing this, Mr. Stanley didn't care at all. He didn't care what Thor was in front of him. There were too many Thors of various gods in the universe. He just smiled and started his machine. Thor was finally scared. He begged for mercy and said, please, have mercy, don't cut my hair, okay? Please, no, no. So Thor's weakness is his hair? Captain America Roger said a little speechlessly. He thought Thor should be an iron warrior who bleeds but doesn't cry. But what happened? He is actually a guy who cries because his hair is cut. Even Tony Stark is thinking about whether to add a hair cutting module to the anti-Thor armor, which will definitely scare Thor to death. When Thor himself saw it, his hair stood on end, and his whole body shuddered. He quickly covered his hair. Fortunately, his hair was still there. He was extremely proud of his hair, which was one of the best in the whole Asgard. Damn you, I must find you, and let you know what the wrath of the god of thunder is, Thor said viciously. At this time, the screen showed a high-tech arena. Countless spectators cheered and looked towards the arena. Under the projection of several drones, the figure of Geoscienzen appeared in it, laughing and saying, "Wow, look at you, wonderful performance, wonderful night, are you happy? I'm your host. Please give another round of warm applause to the challengers, who died in the warm-up match today. Their spirit is worthy of admiration. Wonderful performance, wonderful night, everyone is like me, it's worth the trip. It's so advanced, could it be 100 years in the future?" Everyone murmured in their hearts, this can't be a thing in the near future. But think about it, it's also very likely. Thor has the blood of the Asgard royal family, and can easily live for tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. So even if this arena looks very advanced, it may be built in the future for who knows how many years, but it doesn't prevent Thor from still looking youthful. This made everyone feel a little envious. Although they knew that the gods of Asgard were immortal, and they were short-lived, it was really bad to be buried in the yellow sand in the blink of an eye, while the other party was still young and vigorous. Thor recognized the black girl drinking beer on the aircraft in the picture as the Valkyrie. He was stunned by the Valkyrie's appearance. If I remembered correctly, the Valkyrie had already disappeared a long time ago. She had disappeared before he was born. He only knew that this was a very powerful elite army that had fought for Asgard and made great contributions. Later, for some unknown reason, it suddenly disappeared. Even he didn't know what happened that year, he only knew that they must have encountered a strong enemy. So although he had heard about the Valkyrie since he was a child, he had never seen one, and he actually saw one here. So, the Valkyrie of that year actually still exists, and there are survivors? He was a little excited. He grew up listening to the legend of the Valkyries. When he was a child, he dreamed of joining the ranks of the Valkyries. Later, when he grew up, he understood that he could not join because he was a man. But soon, everyone found something wrong. This seemed a little different from the near future they judged. The gladiators who appeared in this arena were all very strange. They were either stone men, or had 3 heads, or they were all kinds of weird shapes. Can people in the future accept such weird biochemical transformations? Hawkeye Barton couldn't help but complain. At this time, they didn't find anything wrong, but just thought that people in the future were too conservative. Maybe in the next few hundred years, the direction of human biochemical transformation will be all kinds of strange. This point is reflected in many science fiction novels in the near future. Humans are transformed into semi-mechanized, and even various biological organs are transformed. Anyway, they are not like normal people. It seems to be one of the schools of transformation. Now stop talking nonsense, and start the competition. With the words of Geoscienzen, Loki appeared in front of everyone, also in his prime. The door opened, and Geoscienzen said, "Please welcome, Lei Ren." When everyone heard this name and saw Thor, the god of thunder, walking in the picture with short hair, they couldn't help laughing. Thor? Lei Ren. Everyone couldn't help laughing. This picture was really interesting. I have to say, Thor with short hair is still quite handsome. Black Widow Natasha said with a smile. But Thor himself was furious and roared, "How dare he, that old man, how dare he cut my hair? What right does he have? How dare he?" Obviously, the shaved short hair did not conform to his aesthetic taste. In Asgard, a flowing hair is a plus point, and this short hair is no different from being bald. He can accept being friends with bald people, but he can't accept becoming a bald man. In the picture, after Thor appeared on the stage, there was a round of boos around him, and it was obvious that he was very disdainful of his appearance. Watch out for his fingers, he can discharge electricity. Geoscienzen reminded. "Okay, that's it. We welcome this guy." Geoscienzen said excitedly. "He's here. Then, with a roar, the door opened, and a figure walked out. Ladies and gentlemen, we welcome the Invincible Hulk. Chapter 191 is over. Thor pissed off Hulk. 3 more chapters. Please subscribe. Yes, under the expectation of everyone, the huge green guy in armor rushed out. It was none other than the Hulk. As Hulk rushed out of the gate, Thor was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that the defender was none other than the Hulk. Wait, this is too much information. Tony Stark couldn't help but press the pause button. The amount of information in it was really too much, and the shock made him a little confused. What's going on? Tony Stark said. So when did this happen? Thor was there, Loki was there, and Hulk was still there, so how could Hulk live so long? I think we have misunderstanding. Nick Fury said. We thought that this might be something in the near future, but now I think we made a mistake. This is obviously not the near future, and the arena is not on Earth. The various stone men, 3-headed monsters, and strange looking goblins we saw just now are not Earthlings, but aliens. Fury, why do you think so? Captain America Roger said. It's very simple. That's Thor's identity. He is a prince. After Odin dies in the future, Lin Feng said that he will ascend the throne and become the king. As a king, how could he personally go to the ring to entertain people? Nick Fury said. So there must be a lot of things we don't understand, but this is definitely not Earth. There are not so many strange people on Earth. Everyone thought about it, and it seemed to be true. As a king, Thor personally went to the ring to be a gladiator, which was outrageous. At this time, he suddenly remembered his father's words, which was to let him transfer some wealth to Earth in advance, so as not to be wiped out when Asgard faced Ragnarok. He likes to fight with the strong, but that is the feeling of enjoying the battle. In addition, there is Hulk. Do you remember that in the zombie timeline, Hulk was teleported back by the Rainbow Bridge? So is it possible that Hulk and Thor are here? Bruce Banner said. They knew very well what the gladiators were like in the history of the Earth. As for the person in the projection, although he had never dealt with him, he recognized him. His father listed several people in the universe that he should avoid offending, and one of them was this person, Geo Shiansen. That doesn't explain why Hulk appeared on an alien planet. Obviously, he and Thor didn't go together. Captain America Roger said. Otherwise, Thor wouldn't be completely unaware of it, because he had never felt anything about money since he was a child. The level of the royal family he belonged to had already left the stage of using money, and they had everything they wanted. The more they analyzed, the more they felt that this problem was more and more, and their minds were simply a mess. To put it bluntly, it was for the entertainment of the upper class. Only the slaves with the lowest status would become gladiators, wanting to get a chance to turn over a new leaf and completely get rid of their slave status. He liked fighting very much, and Asgard also had a tradition of martial arts. Thor, the god of thunder, was also confused. He didn't understand why he ended up being a gladiator. Unlike Nick Fury and others who speculated whether this was on an alien planet or in the near future, he often traveled to alien planets and could naturally recognize that this was on an alien planet. Is it true that he is so short of money in the future that he has to go to an alien planet to fight in a ring to feed his people? However, becoming a gladiator and becoming the object of others watching is another matter. Anything he needs will be delivered by someone, and there is no need to spend money at all. It is even higher than Tony Stark's wealth level. Even if Asgard is destroyed in the future, and he ascends the throne in the fishing village, he will never become a gladiator for people to watch. It is also a huge humiliation for him. Before, he didn't care a bit, thinking that there was nothing to transfer in advance. But how could he fight in a ring for Geo Shiansen in the future? However, this does not mean that he will become a gladiator. But Asgard may have been destroyed. Tony Stark said. He has already ascended the throne in the fishing village, so isn't it normal for him to appear in the arena now? Now, he suddenly has a sense of crisis. In the future, no matter what kind of situation he encounters, he must not be as miserable as himself in the video, because he has to fight in the ring and be a gladiator because of lack of money. This is not only unbearable for him, but also a complete loss of face for Asgard, right? Especially, he was a gladiator down there, but his brother became a guest of honor of the Supreme Lord. The difference in treatment was too big. What happened in the future? Before he could think about it, Thor in the picture cheered because this was his own man, his comrade in arms. He was finally saved. It was really miserable, since he came to such a broken place. On the other hand, Loki was so scared that his face turned pale and he kept backing away. His eyes were filled with fear, as if he had seen a terrible monster. He remembered how he was tossed around by the Hulk in the Battle of New York. Everyone couldn't help laughing at this time. For Loki in the picture, that might have happened a long time ago, at least a few years ago, but for them, wasn't it just what happened? Just now, when he was tossed around by the Hulk, he looked so pitiful. At this time, they could even completely understand Loki's psychological trauma. After all, after being beaten up, he was still mocked, such a weak god. Gods can be killed, but not insulted. Tossing around like this is just insulting people. Thor, who suddenly thought of this, suddenly realized that it was not good. Could it be that he would also have such a famous scene? He thought of what Lin Feng said, that the two brothers were also tossed around. Just now, he thought that he would never end up like this. After all, he and Hulk were comrades in arms. Do you understand the value of comrades in arms? But now, he suddenly became worried. No way, no way. It shouldn't be. Thor hurriedly comforted himself. I have to leave this planet quickly. In the picture, Loki had an expression, as if he had seen a ghost, and he retreated again and again. He just wanted to leave this damn place immediately. That Hulk left him too many bad memories, all of which were embarrassing memories. But he happened to meet Geo Shiansen, who had returned before he left the VIP room. Geo Shiansen stopped him and said, hey, where are you going? At this time, the Hulk kept roaring in the field, surrounded by countless cheers. Hulk, 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 where have you been? Everyone thought you were dead. A lot of things have happened since we last met. My hammer is gone too. Everything seems to have happened yesterday, so I have a deep impression. Thor said very frustratedly. He suddenly fell into this hellish place and suddenly met an acquaintance who was also a comrade in arms. How could he not be excited? Thor outside the screen was still very strange. His hammer was gone too? How could it be gone? Thor's hammer has a location for him. As long as he uses his mind, he can summon it back, so he has never really lost it. He can summon it back, no matter where he loses it. At this time, Thor in the picture was still in the excitement of seeing his good comrade. He hurriedly said, Loki is still alive. Can you believe it? He is up there. Loki, look who this is. Loki, who was pointed at, was in a bad state. His face was pale, for fear that Hulk would remember him and rush up to slap him to the ground. That would be too scary. It might not be so easy for Hulk to kill himself as a god, but it is still easy to kill himself and break his bones. Banner, I never thought I would say that. Thor said happily, but I'm happy to see you. Hulk, surrounded by countless people cheering for the Hulk. Hey, Banner. Thor seemed to want to call out the personality of Banner in Hulk's body. There is no Banner, only Hulk. Hulk was angry. In this place, everyone liked Hulk. No one knew Banner, and no one liked Banner. But this guy actually called Banner as soon as he opened his mouth. He was very angry now. Hulk was not a beast that only knew how to destroy. To be precise, it was like an infant that had not grown up yet. As time went by, it slowly began to grow up and gradually had its own cognition. The more this happened, the angrier it got, as if everyone only liked Banner, not Hulk. At this time, everyone felt that something was wrong with the Hulk in the picture. Thor is going to be in big trouble. He may not know it yet. I'm me, and Hulk is Hulk. Hulk is not me who has lost my mind, but another brand new soul, said Bruce Banner. Calling me in front of Hulk is not a good thing. I can feel that Hulk is very dissatisfied with me. Calling Hulk in front of me is nothing, but calling me in front of Hulk, then he is really finished. At this time, everyone really understood that Hulk and Bruce Banner were not the same person. Although they shared the same body, it was not like a person who lost his mind after going berserk. On the contrary, they were completely two different life forms. And they began to understand why Thor was thrown around. He really pissed off Hulk. Chapter 192 Thor's Dark History. 4th update. 1500 votes. Everyone silently recorded this knowledge point in their hearts. In the future, they must not mistakenly call Hulk Banner in front of him, otherwise, there will be misery in the future. The angry Hulk instantly started a fight, and the two fought directly together. Thor's strength is slightly worse than Hulk's, but his fighting skills are still better than Hulk's. This is also in line with Lin Feng's description in his diary, that the two belong to the ceiling of the Avengers' combat power. The spiritual leaders of the Avengers are Captain America Rogers and Tony Stark. The ceiling of combat power is Thor and the Hulk. Everyone in the picture was dumbfounded, because they had never seen anyone fight Hulk like this, with back and forth. Even Gao Xianzhen, the organizer of this game, seemed a little surprised. Thor smashed Hulk with the hammer, and flew him out, then stepped forward and cautiously tried to say, "Hey, big guy, the sun is about to set." Although they are comrades in arms with Thor, this scene is really funny. Bruce Banner held his forehead, feeling a little embarrassed. Thor looked really miserable. He even added a sentence, "What a weak god." Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help laughing, although it was not quite right. This big green guy is still powerful. Quicksilver was also very happy watching the scene. This scene was really funny, but the power of both sides is a bit outrageous. Everyone held their breath and waited, and Thor said further, "I won't hurt you anymore. No one can hurt you anymore. That's it." The same situation everyone had just seen before, that is, the way Hulk swung Loki around. And in the picture, in the VIP room, in the confused expression of Gao Xianzhen, Loki jumped up and shouted loudly, "Yes, that's it, great, that's the feeling." Thor put his hand in Hulk's big hand, trying to comfort it. He felt that he was about to succeed. It was exactly the same treatment as Loki. Quicksilver thought about it. If he was hit by any of these two, he would be bruised. Especially when Thor had a silly expression on his face. He thought he had won the game, but he was hit like this. He was really smart. He learned this method just by seeing Black Widow use it once. Sure enough, his strongest point was not strength, but wisdom. It must be painful. When Thor had a silly smile on his face, Hulk suddenly turned his face and threw him around like a rag, making big holes on the ground. He couldn't control his excitement at all. After a while, he explained to Gao Xianzhen, "I really love this game." In the Fortress of Hydra in Sokovia, Wanda couldn't help but show a funny expression on her face when she saw this scene. This scene was too funny. Thor covered his eyes helplessly. The thing he was most worried about still happened. He was still completely socially dead. In the minds of all those who had the diary, he was completely socially dead. Thor was too funny. But who told him not to listen to the advice? He originally just wanted to leave this damn planet immediately and hide far away, but now, he just wanted to stay and see the end. He really loved this game. Now he loved this game so much. The fact that he was thrown around by the Hulk was a black history of his life. He could never forget it in his life, and it was impossible to forget it. He would be socially dead because of this thing in his life. But now it was different. Now this big brother who had only missiles in his head was also like him. He was caught by the Hulk and thrown around and smashed on the ground crazily. This feeling was really great. Why didn't such a game come every day? If such a game was held every day, he decided to stay on this planet. He wanted to watch his big brother being thrown around like this every day. At this time, probably only the people outside the screen knew what he was excited about. Although this could not eliminate his dark history of being thrown around by Hulk, at least there was someone to share the burden. In the audience seats of the surrounding Coliseum, everyone was cheering. Hulk, Hulk, Hulk. And Thor finally experienced the feeling of social death that Loki had felt before. In this case, there was no way to rely on talking nicely. He could only try his best to find Banner's soul. Okay, damn it. Thor rushed over with the hammer in his hand, roaring and fighting with Hulk. "I know you are in there, Banner. I want to get you out." Thor didn't understand the situation yet, but he kept mumbling. "What's wrong with you? You embarrassed me. I told them that we are friends." He was so embarrassed just now. Although it was embarrassing to be thrown around, he would not be injured with his physical fitness, but this was really embarrassing. He had told everyone that Hulk was his friend, but he was slapped in the face. Countless spectators cheered, and Thor also attacked in this situation, and beat Hulk up. However, he was immediately counter-attacked by Hulk and beaten to the ground. Even Loki couldn't bear to watch the scene. Only Geo Shianzan, who had placed a heavy bet, finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. The more terrifying the Hulk's fighting power is, when he is angry, everyone knows that Hulk's fighting power is basically proportional to his anger value. The angrier he is, the higher his anger value is. At this time, Thor vaguely saw his father, the god King Odin, and finally stimulated all his potential. Thunder flashed in his eyes, and he blasted Hulk away with one punch. Everyone was dumbfounded, but immediately began to cheer his name again. Lightning, 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 lightning. Seeing that Thor was about to win, Geo Shianzan finally couldn't sit still. He began to control the controller on Thor from a distance and directly electrocuted him. This directly allowed Hulk to win the final victory and knocked him out with a punch. Despicable. Thor, who saw this scene, immediately said angrily outside the screen. He could have won. He could have defeated Hulk. At this time, he may have begun to awaken a source of thunder power in his body. If it weren't for Geo Shianzan's interference, he might have awakened the source of thunder in that process. This Geo Shianzan is so shameless. Thor roared. He knew that his father had made a list for him and told him not to provoke people who must be difficult to deal with and very tricky. But at this time he was already furious. It was shameful to be a gladiator and fight Hulk, and it was shameful for the people of Asgard. Now he was losing the battle when he could obviously win. This was a great shame and humiliation for him who was always proud. He had never thought that one day he would be humiliated like this. I want revenge. Thor roared. He was not a gentleman if he didn't take revenge. He had never suffered such a big loss before, and he must take revenge. Thor understood at a glance that it must be Geo Shianzan who bet heavily on Hulk. He just didn't use his brain often and liked to solve it with brute force, but it didn't mean he had no brains. There were such people manipulating the gambling in Asgard, but no one dared to cheat him. He should have won normally, but who would have thought that Thor actually awakened the power of the thunder god in his body at the critical moment, and even wanted to break free from control, so he touched Geo Shianzan's reverse scale all of a sudden, and punished him directly. Moreover, he also lost face once, and he no longer had the face to laugh at his brother. Everyone was the same. The one who was being tossed around, and the expression he showed before being tossed around was almost like a husky. Is it too late to buy a ticket to live in the DC universe next door? It's really embarrassing. The people in SHIELD couldn't help but burst into laughter. Tony Stark laughed and said, "Just this video, I can eat him for the rest of my life. He will supply me with Asgard's good wine for the rest of my life. I also want to taste what the divine wine that even Lin Feng praises is like." Everyone couldn't help but laugh even louder. The scene was so interesting. Especially this video. It's simply Thor's black history. Can we take this opportunity to blackmail Thor? Aren't you afraid that he will kill you to silence you? Coulson said jokingly. Tony Stark laughed and said, "So many people have seen it. If he wants to kill you, he must kill you all." I asked Jarvis to save several backups. Let's see what he will do. Hearing this, everyone laughed even more happily. With this video, they can really give Thor a good beating. Who made him so embarrassed now? But Nick Fury frowned and said, "Isn't this the real problem? The real problem is that he was controlled by someone. Didn't we wonder why Thor went down to be a gladiator before? We all know that gladiators are not something that people of status would do. Why would Thor do it? I think this is probably related to the Ragnarok later. Asgard was destroyed, and Thor was stranded in this arena, and was controlled to become a gladiator. The electric shock was obviously the means of controlling him, right on his neck. Don't you think it's scary? Such a force that dares to sell Thor as a slave really exists in the universe. Chapter 193, Loki, the god of stories, the most promising Loki. When Nick Fury mentioned this, everyone immediately thought of a terrible point. Thor is the king of Asgard, and even now, he is the crown prince of Asgard, with a very high status. In particular, Lin Feng's diary also revealed that Asgard is a well-known big force in the entire universe. Thor's own strength. Although it seems that he is very miserable when fighting Thanos, he still hasn't won even with 3 against 1. But in fact, Thor's strength is also relatively top-notch in the universe. But this force can capture Thor as a gladiator, and there is a way to control him. If something goes wrong, he will be electrocuted. But I still want to say, why are the physical fitness of the people in Asgard so abnormal? Tony Stark said. Although Thor looks miserable, being thrown around, and almost dying to move to other universes, but this also reveals how outrageous the physical fitness of the Asgardians is. If they were to be thrown around like this, they would have been basically crippled in one blow. Only Captain America Rogers, who had been transformed by the super soldier serum, could survive the second blow. The strength of the Hulk was indeed terrifying, but Thor was able to fight back after being thrown around and almost turned the tables. The physique of the Asgardians was fully demonstrated at this time. Not to mention Thor, even Loki also showed a very terrible physique at this time. He was thrown around by the Hulk, and then he was able to get up. It didn't seem like a big deal. Is this something a normal person can do? But now I also want to complain about Thor. Is this Thor? Or the god of hammer? Lin Feng is right. Why can a dignified Thor be stunned by someone? This thing is like the collar worn by slaves on Earth, just more high tech. Tony Stark said. Where is my big Thor's hammer? Everyone laughed immediately. Hawkeye Barton couldn't help but tease. Black Widow Natasha followed up with a rant. When I see Thor next time, I'll have to laugh at him first. However, for Thor, he was more concerned about another question. He asked a soul-torturing question. Why did his Thor's hammer disappear? If he had Thor's hammer in his hand, his combat power would at least be up a level, and he wouldn't be so miserable. Secondly, he was actually electrocuted. He is Thor, and the blood vessels in his body are not flowing with blood, but thunder slurry. Although this is an exaggeration, it is enough to show that he is proud of his ability to control the power of thunder. He saw at a glance that the thing on Thor's neck that controlled Thor should be something like a slave collar, but he wanted to complain that Thor, as the god of thunder, could be electrocuted. He suddenly had a bad premonition. Thor's hammer, could it be that something happened? But when he thought that Thor's hammer seemed to be used when fighting Thanos later, he was relieved. Thor was electrocuted. Is there anything more outrageous than this? It's so funny. Now Thor has 3 black spots that are enough to kill him. One is being electrocuted by Clint, the other is being thrown around by Hulk, and the third is being electrocuted. Natasha, the Black Widow, said with a smile. It's a bit outrageous. He is Thor. And even if his Thor's hammer is lost, he can travel through thousands of mountains and rivers to meet it with just a thought. Thor? No, Thor the hammer. But he still felt very embarrassed. This time he was so embarrassed. He was thrown around by Hulk. The scene was really tragic. Before, being thrown around by Hulk like a rag could be explained as carelessness. He was not prepared for Hulk, but this spot of being electrocuted was really impossible to wash. This black spot was too hard and could not be washed. But why was it gone this time? As the leader of the Avengers, Thor's strength has always been something he envied, but envy is useless. He is just that powerful. But now, an adult has been lost. He is completely socially dead. High Lord. Thor or Denanga. It is simply too abominable. This High Lord. His future was actually sold to become a lowly gladiator, and he needed to be a tool for others, to amuse themselves in the arena. But he didn't understand how Loki could become someone else's guest of honor. The 2 brothers were thrown around in exactly the same posture, especially Loki. He was probably so dangling that he doubted his life. It was so funny. From then on, the 2 brothers became the funny men of the Marvel universe, especially Loki. When he first invaded the Earth, he was obviously full of oppression. So how did he become a funny man? Fortunately, there is a god of stories, Loki, who saves the Lokis a little. Otherwise how can the Lokis hold their heads up? There are so many types of Lokis, including Crocodile Loki, President Loki of the United States, Child Loki, Old Loki, Black Loki, and Female Loki, but only one god of stories is promising. But it's a pity that Thor can't see so many brothers and sisters, various versions of Loki, various versions of Hela, and the brother of the god of light Balder who will appear in the future. It's a mess. Thor was a little dumbfounded when he saw the content. How could he become the funny one? Doesn't he want to save face? But when he thought of the silly expression on his face, he got angry. He wanted to refute it, but there was no way to refute it. But the god of stories mentioned here, Loki? Loki is the god of fire and trickster in Asgard, and some people call him the evil god, but there doesn't seem to be any god of stories. Is it a godhood derived from writing stories? He didn't understand, but he was dazzled by the various versions of Loki. There are so many Lokis. Crocodile Loki, American President Loki, Child Loki, Old Loki, Black Loki, Female Loki. What shocked him the most was that his old father, in addition to hiding the fact that he had a sister Hela, actually also hid the fact that he had a brother, the god of light Balder. For a moment, Thor felt that his brain capacity was almost insufficient, and the CPU was obviously overloaded. The amount of information was too much. At this time, it was not only Thor who felt that the amount of information was too much, but everyone else also felt that the amount of information was too much. So how many versions of this Loki are there? Tony Stark couldn't help but complain. Although he had heard Lin Feng mention Crocodile Loki before and thought it was outrageous, he didn't expect that there would be Crocodile Loki, Child Loki, Old Loki, Black Loki, and Female Loki. These versions are more outrageous than one another, especially when thinking of female Loki. The appearance of Loki in women's clothing made many people feel physically uncomfortable. This is too outrageous. It seems that there are many versions. Black Widow Natasha said. But this god of story, could it be that one of the Lokis likes writing, and then a god of story was born from writing? Everyone already has a gentle version of Loki in their minds. He likes writing, and later wrote many popular stories, condensed the godhood, and became the god of story. And in Lin Feng's words, this is still a promising Loki, who helped many Lokis save their faces. Is this god of story Loki more powerful than the supreme sorcerer Loki? Hawkeye Barton said. Otherwise, I think Loki as a supreme sorcerer seems to be quite powerful. We still know too little at present, but the outrageous thing is the last one, the god of light Balder. Is it the god of light Balder we know? Hill said in shock. There is no doubt that everyone has heard the story of the god of light Balder more or less, because the cause of his death is very famous. On a midsummer afternoon, the god of light Balder had a nightmare about death. When his mother Frigga found out, she was terrified and thought her son's life was threatened. Therefore, she traveled all over the world and asked everything in the world to swear to her that they would never hurt Balder. All kinds of things, such as bows and arrows, long knives, huge hammers and daggers, had sworn. Even flowers, diseases and stones had sworn. Only the mistletoe growing next to Valhalla was not asked to swear, because Frigga thought it was too weak. In order to ensure that everything was foolproof, Frigga asked the gods to verify the effect of the oath. The gods threw their weapons at Balder, and they were indeed unable to hurt the god of light. Even the most powerful weapon among the gods, Thor's hammer Mjolnir, was included. The gods were happy for Balder. However, Loki became jealous during this process. He turned into a woman and learned from Queen Frigga that the mistletoe did not swear because it was too weak and was considered unable to hurt people. So he instigated the dark god Hodder to kill Balder with mistletoe. But before this, they had never seen Balder appear, especially since they all knew that there were many pantheons in this world, but the relationship between the gods in these pantheons could not be completely referred to in mythology. When the ancients recorded mythology, the actual truth had already deviated by a great deal. For example, Hela, in mythology, is Loki's eldest daughter. However, in reality, she is Odin's eldest daughter, and she once accompanied Odin in his battles, and was Odin's right-hand man. Odin's family originally had many members, but in the end there were only 3 left. I thought that this was the whole truth, but I didn't expect that there was another god of light, Balder. Chapter 194, Cosmic Cube. S.H.I.E.L.D. is in big trouble again. Where did this god come from? If someone else said this, they would definitely not believe it, but this person happened to be Lin Feng, so it was a fact that was bound to happen. However, in fact, Lin Feng had only heard that in Thor 5, in addition to the appearance of Hercules, the Greek god of the gods, there would also be the appearance of Balder, the half-brother of the god of light. so they instinctively believed what Lin Feng said. When Loki just started, he relied on his own strength to make the entire Avengers team go around in circles. No one expected that the big villain in the first stage would actually transform into a completely funny man. Only Black Widow could make him suffer a little. Everyone had a lot of question marks on their heads. Is Loki so powerful? Soon they knew it, and a brand new video appeared. Everyone clicked it and saw that it was dark in the picture, and the huge base of S.H.I.E.L.D. appeared in front of everyone. A helicopter flew over, and the huge base of S.H.I.E.L.D. appeared in front of everyone. Everyone, please pay attention. The retreat order has been confirmed. It will take half an hour to clear the area. Coulson replied. I repeat, this is not a drill. Obviously, Coulson has arranged the things in this base in an orderly manner. Attention, all personnel. Please evacuate immediately. Please evacuate immediately. 4 hours ago, Dr. Silver detected a burst of energy from the Rubik's Cube. Coulson replied. The space agency did not authorize the doctor to conduct the test. In the picture, Nick Fury said very unhappy. The huge S.H.I.E.L.D. base was in a state of chaos, with agents evacuating everywhere. How long will it take to evacuate everyone? Nick Fury continued to ask. Nick Fury nodded, quite satisfied, and then said, hurry up. How bad is the situation? Nick Fury came to Coulson's side and asked. Because Nick Fury himself was not here, but in the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., so the things here were naturally entrusted to Coulson to handle. Please take the designated station to evacuate immediately. What is the energy level now? He just triggered it by himself? Agent Hill asked in shock. The scene changed again, and Nick Fury and others entered the depths of the base. Nick Fury asked. In this chaos, Coulson and Hill were waiting for Nick Fury's arrival, and Agent Hill came with him. Coulson explained. He didn't do the test. In fact, he was not in the room at all. It was triggered automatically. That's the crux of the problem, sir. Coulson answered seriously. We don't know the situation. It's rising. After confirming that the doctor can't shut it down, we ordered a retreat. Coulson reported his own disposal. The sound of the broadcast resounded in the huge base. In a moment, Nick Fury had already reached the deepest part of the base. What's going on, Doctor? Nick Fury saw Dr. Silver from a distance and asked. Tell me what's going on now? The cosmic cube is not serious. Dr. Silver said in the picture, holding an iron bar, to approach the cosmic cube, but it was bounced back. This is exactly what he wanted Nick Fury to know. Is this the time to joke? Nick Fury frowned and said. No joke. Dr. Silver explained. The cosmic cube is not only very active, but also does its own thing. Then you unplug the energy plug and see. Nick Fury suggested. But it is originally an energy source. Dr. Silver said. We turned off the power, and it turned on again. If we let it reach its peak. Isn't that exactly what we want? Nick Fury asked a little strangely. Drawing energy from the universe. We are not ready yet. Dr. Silver shrugged and said. He had no way to deal with this cosmic cube. My calculations will take some time. It is still emitting and interfering with radiation, but it is not harmful. It is very low gamma rays. It will still be harmful. Nick Fury frowned, thought for a while, and then said, where is Agent Barton? Then he asked Hawkeye Barton who should be stationed here. Hawk Boy is hiding in the bird's nest. Dr. Silver pointed upwards. Hawkeye Barton was quietly observing the changes here, but he was soon called down by Nick Fury. Did you notice who activated it? Nick Fury asked as he walked. Hawkeye Barton immediately shook his head and said, no one went in or out. Dr. Sylvig is innocent. There was no contact or information. If there was a problem, it would not appear on our side. Our side? Nick Fury seemed to have figured something out. Of course, he trusted Hawkeye Barton. He was one of the top agents in his hands, especially his eyes. If he said no one, then it might be true that no one else went in or out. Yes, the Rubik's Cube is a door to the other side of the universe, right? This door should be open on both sides. Hawkeye Barton explained. Wait a minute, this thing, why does it look so familiar? Captain America Rogers looked at the cosmic Rubik's Cube and said. Of course it looks familiar. The space transmission device used this thing as its core energy source. Have you forgotten? I used the Mind Scepter to break the barrier and cut off the space crack. Black Widow Natasha said. Everyone nodded. they still had a deep impression of this. This thing was the key to the invasion of the Chitauri. Of course it's not this, but this cosmic cube, which I took from the Red Skull of Hydra. Captain America Roger said. He looked at Nick Fury with some suspicion, suspecting that Nick Fury was secretly researching something very dangerous. So Fury, what are you researching? Tony Stark asked directly. What on earth is this? Why are you researching this kind of thing? And did you invite Loki in the end? Seeing the suspicious eyes of the crowd, Nick Fury knew that he had to say it, otherwise, these people would be alienated from him. Especially since this matter might be related to the subsequent Battle of New York and Loki's invasion. He had to explain it. This thing is the same as what the captain said. It's called the Cosmic Cube. We got the information about it from the data left by Hydra. In the niche data of Norse mythology, this thing was mentioned. It is said that it was once owned by Odin, and then it was placed on the earth for some reason. Nick Fury explained. It was obtained by Hydra during World War II, and later fell into the hands of our shield. So what is this thing? Why is it involved with so many big figures? Hydra, Odin, Loki, Chitauri, and Thanos behind the Chitauri. I always feel that this is not a simple thing. Bruce Banner said. At this time, everyone also realized that such a cosmic cube actually involved so many powerful forces and superpowers. It is obviously not a simple thing. It's okay to be Hydra alone, but what is vaguely involved behind this is what Lin Feng said, the two father level bosses at the ceiling level of the Marvel universe at this stage. How can this not be a treasure? After we got the cosmic cube, we immediately conducted various tests and found a huge amount of energy inside. The energy inside is so much that it is impossible to calculate. If we just guide a little bit, we can completely achieve our energy freedom. Nick Fury said. Hearing this, Tony Stark raised his eyebrows. What is this? Stealing business. What he is doing now is the energy business, which is much more profitable than the weapons business. So I want to develop the cosmic cube for this reason. Nick Fury said. But he still concealed something. For example, the energy weapon developed because of this cosmic cube is also a secret weapon of S.H.I.E.L.D. Of course, the real controller may be Hydra. However, this technology is also very amazing, especially when he learned that the energy weapon was developed by Hydra 70 years ago. He was even more shocked. During World War II, the weapons used by the Allies were basically gunpowder weapons, but the Hydra people were so good that they used energy weapons. Humans really like to die in their own unknown areas. This is not a power that humans can master. At this time, Captain America Roger said. Although everyone still doesn't know how things will develop in the future, it is obvious that the source of the trouble is this cosmic cube, and it may even be directly related to Nick Fury's development of the cosmic cube. But Tony Stark was not happy to hear this, because as a scientist, he had a completely different view. Every development of human technology is based on various attempts to commit suicide. Many technologies were not originally mastered by humans, but as time went by, they were slowly mastered. The most typical example is the use of nuclear energy. At the beginning, those scientists thought that if humans mastered nuclear energy, they would sooner or later destroy themselves. They didn't think that humans could use nuclear energy peacefully now. This is called the spirit of scientific exploration. If there was no such spirit of scientific exploration, humans would still be living in caves now. Chapter 195 Hawkeye, I even shot Thor to death, let alone Loki? Tony Stark disagreed with Captain Rogers' idea, but he didn't say much. At this time, what happened in the picture interrupted everyone's thoughts. However, the cosmic cube continued to burst out with powerful energy, causing huge fluctuations, and even the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. base shook violently. The earth shook, and a beam of terrifying energy splashed out of the cosmic cube, forming a huge portal in the underground base. Then, after this energy dissipated, a figure appeared in front of everyone. Everyone looked closely, and saw that it was Loki. Space teleportation. Tony Stark frowned when he saw this scene. He thought that the key to the huge space crack formed by the invasion of the Chitauri was that device. But now he immediately understood, after taking a look at this. The key is not that device, but the energy source called the cosmic cube. And this energy source is obviously not a simple energy source. It is not as simple as having huge energy in it. I'm afraid it also has spatial attributes. Although this is unscientific, if you explain and recognize this thing from the magic side, you can accept it a lot. Sir, please put down your spear. Jarvis, record the whole process, analyze Loki's ability, and create a new file named Evil God Loki. Tony Stark ordered. Okay, sir. Tony Stark remembered that when Thor faced the destroyer armor before, he was beaten so badly, but he didn't bleed. It can be imagined how amazing his physical fitness is. Even such damage can't pose a real threat to him. Although he is now sure that Loki may not be dead, he didn't see Loki after all. Now that he finally saw his brother again, he was more certain. However, although these elite agents are not Loki's opponents, they also bought Nick Fury crucial time. Nick Fury has taken the opportunity to collect the cosmic cube, and Loki has come to Hawkeye Barton and said, "You are different." In an instant, Tony Stark's anxiety was ignited. This ability of space teleportation completely exceeded their imagination. Even Nick Fury, Hawkeye Barton and others are not opponents, and are directly blown away. However, these bullets were useless when they landed on Loki. This can be seen from the armor worn by Loki and Thor. They are gorgeous, but do they have any specific defensive capabilities? It can only be said that they protect the most critical part, but apart from the most critical part, they do not protect anything. They are just ordinary medieval style armor. Thor said with surprise and joy outside the screen. After that, he directly controlled Hawkeye Barton with the Mind Scepter. Jarvis replied. Tony Stark outside the screen saw this scene and immediately said to Jarvis, "Jarvis, mark under Loki's file that Loki's skin seems to be able to withstand bullets, is invulnerable to swords and guns, can do magic, has the ability to locate and teleport, and can perform space wormhole jumps alone." Nick Fury shouted from a distance. At the same time, the special operations team of S.H.I.E.L.D. was quietly approaching, but before they got close, they were directly blasted away by an energy wave emitted by Loki with a Mind Scepter. It's Loki, he's not dead yet, but now it seems useless. He can be teleported directly through the cosmic cube. And these S.H.I.E.L.D. special forces also showed their ability as an elite team, constantly shooting at Loki. But unlike the Loki he had seen before, this Loki looked ferocious and evil. Originally, he thought that, as long as he didn't let the device take shape, it would be fine. But this also proved the strong defense of the Asgardians. Even the medieval knights on Earth knew to protect themselves in armor as much as possible. There is no reason for the Asgardians not to know, unless ordinary attacks can't do anything to them. And the most terrifying thing is that it can actually teleport alone, which seems to be different from those magicians who use space teleportation magic like magic tricks. It is completely relying on the body to resist the distortion of space. In this picture, you can see that after Loki completed the space shuttle, he just took a breath and quickly resumed his actions. This reflects Loki's ridiculously strong physical fitness. Captain America Rogers, the peak of mankind, is not worth mentioning in front of this kind of physical fitness. And this is just Loki, who is good at magic, not physical fitness. Thor's physical fitness is even more amazing. Loki is a royal family of Asgard, even though he is actually a frost giant from Jotunheim. But he is also a royal family of the frost giants, just like Thor, both of them are royal. The frost giants have been able to fight Asgard for so many years. Although their strength is definitely not as good as Asgard's, they should at least be civilizations on the same level, at most a slightly lower level of civilization. This can explain the years of war between them, just like when humans use pesticides to kill those ants. Do they feel that they are starting a war? It is entirely conceivable that during these countless tens of thousands of years, ordinary people in Jotunheim and Asgard have been continuously undergoing some unknown evolution and transformation. Even allowing them to live for thousands or tens of thousands of years, or even longer, is currently out of reach for humans, and is also one of the future directions Tony Stark wants to develop. On Earth, only monsters like Hulk, who were born from gamma rays, or non-humans like Lin Feng, who are not human, can be compared. No, Lin Feng's physical fitness may be much stronger than these two. Thinking of this, Tony Stark's anxiety deepened. Facing these monsters that are invulnerable, he must develop more powerful weapons, otherwise, how can he feel at ease? As long as they dare to invade the earth, even if they are gods, they will kill you. But this mind scepter is too outrageous. It can actually control a person in an instant. Black Widow Natasha said. She knew very well that her old comrade was a man of strong will, although he might be at the bottom in terms of strength. But in terms of his own will, he is not the worst one. Maybe he is second only to Captain America Rogers, and is about the same as her. The other members of the Avengers all have some problems, and they are problem teenagers. However, such a veteran agent was brainwashed and controlled in an instant. This speed is not slow, and it is not scary. Everyone quickly reacted. Compared to Loki's invulnerability, this method of instantly controlling people was more frightening. The Mind Scepter, no, to be precise, the Mind Stone on it, was the key. I've seen Vision demonstrate it before in the zombie timeline. It seems that it can emit some kind of electromagnetic waves, and now it's found that it can brainwash. Hawkeye Barton was speechless when he saw that Loki had easily controlled him. He opened his mouth and wanted to defend himself, wanting to explain that he was a person with a very strong willpower and could not be easily brainwashed by others. However, the fact was in front of him. He was controlled by someone. There was no way to defend himself. At this time, Nick Fury seemed to have noticed Hawkeye Barton's predicament and said, "You don't have to think too much. We all know that it's because of the psychic scepter. I don't think it has much to do with your own will. But the most troublesome thing is that, if Loki uses this psychic scepter to control people, he will soon be able to develop a very large team. The speed is too fast," Captain America Rogers said. "Especially, if he can control the top leaders of various countries, that would be truly terrifying." So, will the American President Loki use this method to make himself the President of the United States? Bruce Banner said, a little puzzled. "I don't think it's likely." Tony Stark shook his head and said, "If he had this ability, he would have changed the Republic to an empire long ago. How could he be an elected president at ease?" Everyone thought about it, and it seemed to be right. We must be careful in the future, and must not be controlled by this thing of his, otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous, Nick Fury reminded. Everyone nodded. It was indeed the case. Especially Hawkeye Barton, who deeply resonated at this time. This damn Loki, he treated himself as a soft persimmon. He could be controlled at will. Damn it. Your brother was shot by me, let alone you. Thinking of this, Hawkeye Barton couldn't help but clench his fists. Nick Fury in the picture was also shocked to see his own instant agent super being controlled, and he realized that it was not good. Seeing that the evil god Loki continued to control the remaining people, Nick Fury quickly put away the cosmic cube and prepared to retreat. "Please put down the box, I really need it." Loki turned around and looked at Nick Fury, saying lightly, but with a bit of unconcealed smugness on his face, "There's no need to be so nervous." Nick Fury turned around, looked at logic, tried to delay time, and then said, "Of course it's necessary. I came all the way here just for this." Loki said his real purpose. He was going to use this cosmic cube to exchange the throne of the earth with Thanos. "I'm Loki, I'm from Asgard, and I'm shouldering a great mission that you can't understand." Everyone looked at Loki with a smug look on his face, and suddenly felt it was a bit strange. If they didn't know how he was defeated by Hulk later, they might still find him impressive, but now they just thought it was extremely funny. Chapter 196. It's broken. It's aimed at the cosmic cube. Loki said with a smug look on his face. He wanted revenge. Revenge on his stupid brother. He wanted to prove to everyone that he was born to be a king. He was born to be a king. The most suitable person to be the king of Asgard was not his brother who only had muscles in his head, but himself. "Loki, are you Thor's brother?" Dr. Silver looked at Loki in shock. Of course, he still remembered what happened at the beginning. Not long after. At that time, Thor had heard a lot about Loki. "We have no grudges against you," Nick Fury tried to explain. But Loki looked indifferent to this, and even said with a bit of joking and mocking expression, "Ants and your shoes have no grudges. So, you want to step on us to death?" Nick Fury tried to ask for more useful information, and in this way, he asked more useful information from the arrogant Loki. If this person is the brother of Thor, it may mean that the matter is serious. Although this person is a legendary god, he also has the assistance of the Mind Scepter. Just like when he controlled Hawkeye Barton, he completed the control in an instant. At the same time, Hawkeye Barton glanced at Nick Fury and seemed to understand what he was going to do. Although his mind was controlled, he had complete memory and personality, and he immediately made a judgment. You know, there are similar methods in S.H.I.E.L.D., which can also brainwash, but it takes a long time and is mainly used to deal with some criminals. But this kind of brainwashing will cause great damage to people's spirit and even brain. For example, after Hydra brainwashed and controlled the Winter Soldier became a killing machine with only the desire to destroy and had no self-control at all. At this time, everyone was seeing that Loki's ability to control the mind could not affect people's intelligence at all when completing brainwashing. This is a very scary thing. I bring good news. Loki said. A world without worries. What worries? Nick Fury asked back. He was still stalling for time. And all this is indeed the same as what Lin Feng said. When Loki first appeared, he was very qualified as a villain and very oppressive. However, these are just excuses, and they cannot cover up the fact that they were severely slapped in the face in this matter. Ever since he knew about Asgard, he knew that Asgard's strength was likely to far exceed that of the Earth. If Asgard planned to invade the Earth, then the Earth would really be finished. After a fierce chase, Loki easily got rid of the pursuit of the S.H.I.E.L.D. people and could only watch him escape. Dr. Silverger on the side also reminded, there are still 2 minutes before the complete subversion. At this time, everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. showed some ugly expressions. They were such a big shield, claiming that water could not be poured into it, but it was captured from the inside, and it was easy to cause huge damage, and then walked away. Boss, Commander Fury is stalling for time. Hawkeye Barton immediately exposed Nick Fury's purpose and said directly, this place is about to explode. When the time comes, we will be buried under the pile of rocks, hundreds of meters of rocks. Nick Fury said calmly, yes, the piece you mentioned reminds me of its antonym. Loki did not hesitate and took his men away directly, and even met Agent Hill outside. Nick Fury no longer hid at this time, because he knew that hiding was useless. It's like a pyramid. Because this may represent the official opinion of Asgard. Freedom. Freedom is the biggest lie in life. If you accept this, your heart. As he said, he turned around and used the Mind Scepter to control Dr. Sylvig, and then said, you will get peace. He's right. The portal is beginning to collapse. It's not like later. He completely evolved into a funny man. When did it start? It probably started when Hulk threw him around. Even Thor has evolved from an Asgardian tough guy to a funny man. It all started with the Hulk. At this moment, everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Bruce Banner. This is too much. If it were them, wouldn't they also become a funny man or a funny woman? They couldn't help but imagine the scene and instantly lost interest. Wouldn't that be more uncomfortable than killing them? In fact, sometimes I also think that it's better for Hulk to come out less. Every time he comes out, he will cause countless problems, although sometimes he can save the world. Bruce Banner said. Yes, that's right. Everyone nodded. Although Hulk is often their most reliable trump card to save the world, he will also cause a lot of damage when he goes crazy. How did Hulk wreak havoc in the city before? Fortunately, it was Tony Stark's anti-Hulk armor that successfully knocked him down. Hulk is really a double-edged sword. You sit well to save the world, and you sit poorly to become a funny man or a funny woman. Then Banner, have you ever thought about being able to tame the Hulk, or merge him, just like a psychologist merges a person with split personality into one person? Tony Stark said. Thor's biggest problem is that he mistook Hulk for an angry Banner, so he was completely humiliated by Hulk. That seems to be a train of thought. Bruce Banner was reminded by Tony Stark, as if he had discovered a whole new world, and said immediately, I think Lin Feng's character is also very bad, and I don't know how he laughs at us behind our backs. Tony Stark complained. Everyone looked at Tony Stark, and the meaning was also very clear. You said that Lin Feng has a bad character and laughs at them behind their backs. Can you Tony Stark be any better? Both of you have the same bad character, especially Tony Stark. He has been rich since he was a child, rarely looks at other people's faces, and does things unscrupulously. Although he is definitely not a bad person, there is no doubt that he has never been soft-hearted when playing tricks on people. For example, a certain Dr. Killian was left alone on the rooftop by him for a night. He could have become his capable subordinate, but because of his arrogance, it was completely ruined. Now we still have to think about how to protect that cosmic cube. Carlson said. Everyone thought about it and felt a headache. Originally, according to their idea, they probably found a place to keep the cosmic cube well, or find a way to isolate the signal of the cosmic cube. But now they found that it was impossible. After all, it was hidden inside the shield base, which was considered to be very well kept. What if it was punished? It was still found by Loki. We don't know what the reason is that the cosmic cube was known to Loki. Nick Fury said. It may be some high technology that we cannot know, observe, or define at present, which can search for the existence of the cosmic cube in the entire universe. Since this thing was originally in the hands of Odin's family, it is normal that they may have some way to perceive and locate it. Black Widow Natasha said. After all, many things are about magic, and it is reasonable for us not to understand them. If that is the case, why hasn't it been discovered long ago? Agent Hill asked. Although this thing has been placed in the lower level of the base, I don't believe that the entire universe can locate it. A mere layer of reinforced concrete can block their observation. Hill was talking about the Chitauri and Loki. Obviously, the ones eyeing this cosmic cube may not only be the Chitauri and Loki, but also Thanos. As Thanos is the overlord of the universe, he would not care about a small place like the Earth. It is only possible that there are some resources on Earth that he is very interested in, and this cosmic cube may be one of them. Obviously, the Chitauri do not have the technology to locate the cosmic cube. Nick Fury shook his head and said, if they had such technology, they would have done it long ago. And the one who has such technology should obviously be Asgard. To be precise, it should be Odin, the God King who once owned the cosmic cube. I don't know why this thing fell from Odin's hands to the Earth, but it is obvious that Odin did not accidentally lose the cosmic cube, but he did not need it and put it on the Earth. But he still has some technology or some method to locate the cosmic cube, and Loki's technology should come from Odin. Nick Fury said. All of a sudden, many of the things we didn't know before can be explained all of a sudden. It turns out that it's because of the cosmic cube. They were very surprised before why Thanos was so obsessed with the Earth, which did not conform to their normal cognition. If it was for resources, it was possible for their Earth's civilization level, because the civilization level was too low. But as the overlord of the universe, would there still be a lack of resources? The universe is so big that any resources are endless from a macro perspective. Even if there is a lack, can there be any on Earth? Things like gold and silver are rare on Earth, but in the universe, they are not rare at all. Haven't you seen how disdainful Thor is to money? Nor have you seen him have any interest in Earth's resources. Maybe the wealth of the entire Earth combined is not as valuable as one of their magic weapons. Although it is cruel, this is reality. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197. My younger brother Loki abused me thousands of times, but I treated him like my first love. Now everything has an answer. It is the cosmic cube, or even if it is not the cosmic cube, there are other things that attract the attention of Thanos, Dormammu, and even Odin. They have no way to stop it. The source is not something they can solve. After all, that is the universe overlord Thanos, and the three giants of the Avengers are not Thanos' opponents. And before, they also lamented that the fighting power of Thor and Hulk was a bit outrageous. And this is the gap. Obviously, they are very troubled at this time. I think that Chitauri didn't take action before, or the Thanos behind them didn't take action. Maybe not because there was no way to locate it. It may be that the two protectors of our Earth are still there. Bruce Banner suddenly said. As for Thanos' power, sending the Chitauri to invade should only be considered a small fight and a test. Isn't our Earth considered to be the territory of Asgard in the universe? There is also the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One, a father-like existence. Thanos should be afraid of them. Everyone thought about it, and it seemed to make sense. If you understand the problem from this perspective, it seems that you can see a completely new perspective. If we understand it from this perspective, many things that were originally unreasonable are now explained. Nick Fury said. For example, why did Lin Feng keep mentioning Odin's conquest of the 9 realms? Obviously, he wanted to conquer the 9 realms. I don't know what kind of strength other worlds have, but compared with Asgard, the Earth's civilization level is too backward, but Asgard finally chose to let the Earth go. This is very strange. I think it's unreliable. If it is reliable, why didn't we see the Chitauri when they invaded? And Thanos' invasion, Dormammu's advent, these gods are like dead, and in the end it is us, those magicians who protect the world. Hawkeye Barton couldn't help but complain. And Thor has no ambition now. Who can guarantee that he won't have such ambition in the future? The anti-Thor armor that Tony Stark developed in secret is actually a product developed based on this mentality. The fate of the Earth cannot be placed on people who don't understand it at all. However, although Thor later became a thoroughly funny man, his life was still very bumpy. However, for the sake of the good wine he brought me, I still have to remind you about his mother's death. This is the simplest, and the others are not so easy. In comparison, the death of Queen Frigga was really unjust. She didn't have to die at all, but it was Loki's guidance that time. He wanted to harm his brother who was full of muscles. Who knew that he would harm his own mother? Maybe Loki himself didn't expect it. At this time, his desire to make another artificial intelligence for combat reached its peak. The more he understood these things, the more anxious he was. He wanted to transform all the resources in his hands into a force that could protect the Earth in the future. The only problem is that we have no way to control these backgrounds. At critical moments, no one knows whether these so-called gods are reliable or not. Nick Fury said. This problem has always troubled me. Nick Fury said. You should also know that, since I learned some things about Asgard from Lin Feng's diary, I have been very worried in my heart, because I don't know whether Asgard will invade the Earth, or even invade the Earth, if a new leader changes. For example, the matter of Loki. You also know that in another timeline, he took advantage of Thor's death to invade the Earth. He is very ambitious, unlike Thor. But now I seem to understand a lot. If we only talk about the geographical location and resources, the Earth may be a completely inconspicuous little broken ball, and it is not qualified to be looked at all. However, the Earth has the so-called background that other alien civilizations are jealous of, such as this cosmic magic cube, such as the Supreme Sorcerer Ancient One, etc. Even Odin can be transformed into our background, and become our trump card against foreign invasion. Nick Fury said. We never knew about the existence of these magicians before, nor did we know about the existence of these gods, but since there are gods from Asgard and the gods of Olympus mentioned by Lin Feng, Zeus is at least not inferior to Odin. If we add the various gods of China and the gods of Egypt, although they may not be on Earth, they may form a certain balance. Without waiting for everyone to think about it, Lin Feng's diary is still updating, and has not ended. After that, the scene where Thor saw his mother again was indeed very touching. It must be said that Queen Frigga is indeed a heroine. If she had not wanted to protect her daughter-in-law, she would not have died in the hands of the Dark Elves. When he saw this, Thor felt as if his heart was grabbed by someone, and he felt that he could not breathe. But can the nuclear pollution caused by the nuclear explosion pose a threat to aliens? Not to mention those gods with divine power, they seem to be creatures from another dimension. Even if they are hurt, it is a matter of hurting the enemy by 8,000, and hurting oneself by 100,000. This balance prevents them from interfering with the Earth. I think this may be the only key to the Earth's stability for so many years. So we can't pin our hopes on those gods. Only the power in our own hands is the real power. Tony Stark said with clenched fists. Even if Thor has no ambition, what about the other Asgard leaders? Do they have no ambition as well? Everyone nodded. They saw Nick Fury's anxiety, and even they themselves were very anxious. Compared with the entire Asgard, the power of the Earth was not worth mentioning at all. The only thing that could be used was probably nuclear bombs. However, the biggest problem with nuclear bombs was nuclear pollution, not the explosive power itself. Although he knew that he was a so-called star of misfortune and understood what the so-called star of misfortune was in the Chinese context, when he really saw Lin Feng write that his mother was dead, he still exploded in an instant, and his mentality exploded all of a sudden. Especially since this was related to his younger brother. It didn't matter how the younger brother took revenge on him, because he wouldn't care, but he should never let his mother die. But the only thing that made him feel relieved was that Loki didn't seem to do it on purpose, but by accident. Although Loki might want to take revenge on himself, or even want the Dark Elves to kill him, for a person who deeply loves his brother, as long as his brother didn't intend to kill his mother, but only wanted to kill himself, the revenge for the assassination was not worth mentioning. The people in SHIELD looked at each other and sighed. This was not the first time they had seen such family tragedies in Lin Feng's diary. It can be said that every family has its own problems, and few can survive in perfect condition. It seems that each one must have some kind of flaw. After a moment, a video appeared below, and everyone quickly unfolded it to see that in an Asgardian cage with an ancient shape, a group of Asgardian soldiers were escorting a group of Dark Elf captives. And Loki was among them, watching this scene, and just said lightly, "Odin keeps providing me with new friends, which is really considerate." Loki is imprisoned? What period did that happen? This thought popped up in Thor's mind. He immediately thought of what happened after the Chitauri invasion. Only that incident could cause Loki, the second prince of Asgard, to be imprisoned. Many of the things Loki did before were excessive, but because most of the victims were his brother, no one would pursue them, unless he pursued them. However, he led troops to invade the Earth, which destroyed the diplomatic relations between the two sides, and was a very serious matter. It seemed reasonable for him to be imprisoned. Thor had received a very strict education as a crown prince, since he was a child. Not only was he proficient in various languages, but he was also familiar with various things. It was just that he chose to use his muscles to rush forward most of the time. The scene continued, and the voice of Queen Frigga came from inside. "You are not interested in the books I sent you, are you?" Queen Frigga asked. She didn't know when she had walked into the cell and asked, "Do you want me to be a bookworm for the rest of my life?" Loki glanced at his mother who came in, and then complained, "I have tried my best to make you feel comfortable, Loki," Queen Frigga said a little helplessly. "Really? Does Odin think so? And Thor?" Loki retorted, "I feel a little guilty for letting them worry about me day and night. You have come to this point today, it is all your own fault," Queen Frigga corrected. However, Thor, the god of thunder, outside the screen felt something was wrong, because this was not what his mother would say. She would only spoil her two children without any bottom line. Only his father would talk to these two children like this, but his mother would not, let alone say such sarcastic words to Loki, the little son who had been with her since childhood. "You brought it upon yourself?" Loki in the screen heard this, and showed a bit of anger on his face. "I just exposed the lie that deceived me all my life," Loki said directly. "What do you mean I was born to be a king?" He grew up listening to this lie, being deceived into being Odin's son. He even betrayed his origins and his biological father for Odin and Asgard. But what did he get in the end? Chapter 198 Thor, "My mom is going to die." No please. If he was born to be a king, he would at most be the king of the frost giants, and even that was not enough, because he was abandoned by others. That is, the frost giants abandoned him. Even now, he wanted to fight for a crown by force, but was eventually stopped by his brother Thor. A real king is brave enough to admit his mistakes, Queen Frigga said directly and unceremoniously. "How many lives have you destroyed on Earth? Compared to the people killed by the great Odin, those few people are not worth mentioning at all." Loki sneered and said as he walked, "Your father." Queen Frigga wanted to say something, but Loki turned around and roared, "He is not my father." At this time, Loki was like an angry lion. After hearing this, Queen Frigga only had one sentence left, questioning Loki, "Then I'm not your mother either?" Hearing this, Loki calmed down and said, "You are not either." But unlike the strong denial of Odin just now, he could not deny his mother so confidently now. He knew very well whether his mother treated him well or not. At this time, there was a commotion in one of the cells in the picture, and Loki on the other side also noticed the situation here. Except for the crown, that could not be given to him. Everything else was given to him, and he also handed over the inheritance of his witch. This was a treatment that even his silly brother did not have. Just this sentence reminded the Dark Elf warrior, and the Dark Elf warrior seemed to have received inspiration and understood where he should go. It was not easy to be imprisoned. However, Loki used illusion to simulate the appearance of Queen Frigga, which still amazed them. This is the truth of everything. The people who read the diary looked at each other in surprise. They didn't expect that this big villain would have such a scene in private, just like a good baby who longed for the attention of his parents. Because he was locked up in the cellar this time, his mother, Queen Frigga, would not come to see him at all. The guards of Asgard heard the news and rushed over, but they were defeated and killed easily, and the Dark Elf warrior directly broke one cell after another, releasing the prisoners to create chaos and create opportunities for himself. When he stood up and looked, he saw a Dark Elf warrior wearing huge armor. In his heart, he loved his mother deeply. But he killed so many people, and I don't know how many people died because of his ambition. In the end, he was just imprisoned. It was a bargain for him. Bruce Banner said. It turned out that this was not Queen Frigga at all, but an illusion created by Loki with magic. He burst out with terrifying fighting power and broke the sky prison. I think this should be after he invaded the Earth and was imprisoned. Captain America Roger said. It seems that Asgard did not perfunctorily deal with Loki. She stretched out her hands, and Loki stretched out his hands, only to touch a phantom. But Queen Frigga showed a strange smile at this time, and then said, "Look, except for yourself, you seem to have seen through everyone." Everyone nodded, but they also knew that the so-called emperor who breaks the law is guilty of the same crime as the common people is just a saying after all, and that is only a saying in China. There is no such tradition in the West. The conversation just now was just what Loki thought. When he came to the side of Loki's cell, he stared at him intently. Just when he was about to turn around and leave, Loki suddenly spoke. He said, "I think you should take the stairs on the left." So no matter how much resentment and anger he had towards Odin and Thor, he did not have much resentment towards his mother, Queen Frigga. Damn, it was really Loki. Thor, the god of thunder, was immediately furious. If Loki hadn't intentionally reminded him, the things mentioned in Lin Feng's diary would probably not have happened later. His mother would not have died, and he would not have become a doomed star. Not to mention Thor, the others also saw the problem at the same time. This should be the incident mentioned in Lin Feng's diary that led to the death of Queen Frigga due to Loki's reminder. In the picture, the conflict caused by the dungeon alarmed the entire Asgard palace, including Queen Frigga, Jane Foster, and Thor. What's going on? Why is Jane in Asgard? Thor was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Jane would be in Asgard. He seemed to understand a little bit what Lin Feng said in his diary. Frigga was trying to protect her daughter-in-law. Isn't that Jane? In other words, in the future, his mother would die in the hands of the Dark Elves because she wanted to protect her girlfriend. Suddenly, his hair stood up. When he was in Asgard, he actually discussed this issue with his father, but there is no doubt that neither his father nor his mother was very satisfied with Jane Foster's existence. Because the Earthlings are short-lived, and the Asgardians are long-lived. He looks pretty good now, but in another 20 years, she will be too old to look at, and Thor, let alone in another 20 years, even in another 2000 years, he will probably still look like this. The length of their lives is the same as that of ordinary humans and ants. What good results can this have? Maybe Thor's retreat and long sleep directly missed the last meeting of Jane Foster. When she dies, Thor will have to suffer for a long time. This is the price of falling in love with a short-lived creature. At this moment in the picture, Queen Frigga also immediately realized that something happened in the prison. Thor's first reaction was the safety of his brother. Loki, go, I will take good care of her. Queen Frigga immediately understood Thor's concerns and said directly, but she probably didn't expect that this farewell would be a farewell forever. They will never meet again. No, 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 don't go, don't go, don't go please. Thor, the god of thunder outside the screen, couldn't help but burst into tears. Even when he learned that his father had died, he was not so sad and cried so bitterly, because at that time, he passively accepted the fact that his father Odin had passed away. He was immersed in grief and had no time to react. His brain was instantly overloaded and he couldn't react. But now it is different. He has enough time. He almost has to watch his mother die little by little. Sudden death is not terrible. What is really terrible is the process of waiting for death to come little by little. However, his prayers were useless. The self in the picture obviously couldn't hear his prayers, let alone know what would happen next. He rushed directly to the dungeon, and he arrived when the battle was the most intense. You are really stubborn, and don't know what is good for you. Return to the prison now. I will forgive you for the past. I promise you. Thor, the god of thunder, looked at the prisoners in front of him and spoke coldly. But obviously, these people would not listen to him. For a moment, Thor, the god of thunder, directly launched a crackdown on the rioting prisoners. The scene changed, and it was Odin. As he walked, he told the people around him, go to the armory immediately and guard it at all costs to ensure the safety of the dungeon. Odin. At this moment, King Odin was stopped by the queen, Frigga. Frigga. Odin looked at his wife and daughter-in-law and then said to the soldiers around him, hurry up. It's a small matter, don't worry. After King Odin gave the order, he told his wife and said, you never lie. Asked Queen Frigga. Take her to your bedroom, and I'll find you when the situation calms down. God King Odin instructed. Queen Frigga drew her sword, and then said to her daughter-in-law Jane Foster, listen, no matter what I say next, you must do it, and you must not disobey. Yes, my madam. Jane Foster also answered immediately and obediently. Then at the gate of the Rainbow Bridge, Heimdall, who was guarding the gate, noticed something was wrong. He sensed an alien invasion, and although it was invisible, he still sensed it. He tried every means to poke down a spaceship, but it was useless, because a larger spaceship took advantage of this opportunity to fly in, and the small spaceships on it broke through Asgard's defenses and rushed in. At this time, Asgard's prevention and control system really started to start, and several ships were directly shot down, but more spaceships rushed in. The fierce battle spread to the vicinity of the palace in an instant, and countless palace guards were smashed to death. The dark elves inside the spaceship finally waited for the opportunity and rushed out directly, launching an indiscriminate massacre of Asgard's guards who used cold weapons. A moment later, the dark elf king Malekith came down and easily destroyed the throne of Asgard. This action quickly attracted more Asgardian soldiers to rush to the palace. Loki looked at the changes outside the prison. He didn't know that something would happen that would make him regret for the rest of his life. Everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. looked at each other with strange expressions because they didn't know what to say for a while. Are the battles of their magic side god level civilization so childish? It was hard for them to understand. It was completely different from what they imagined. Even the Chitauri who they had complained about before for clicking the wrong technology tree were much more powerful than these two groups of noobs fighting each other. Chapter 199. Who would write a diary if they were decent? How despicable. The Chitauri were such an advanced civilization, but the technology tree of the battle was completely distorted and completely different from what they had expected. However, these two magic civilizations, one was the famous god-level civilization Asgard, and the other was the equally famous Dark Elves. In the end, this was the answer sheet they handed in. This battle process was not a battle between god-level civilizations at all. Countless creatures were soldiers, and billions of gods and demons were generals. It was simply two groups of chickens fighting each other. They all doubted that even the Avengers could defeat them in such a battle. At least the fighting level they showed was too weak. Asgard was actually invaded easily, and it was near the palace. This thing is like one day, a wave of other countries among the 5 permanent members of the United Nations raided the vicinity of the White House of the United States and wanted to capture and kill the President of the United States. And then they succeeded and killed the First Lady. It was probably such a bizarre plot, but it still happened, which was outrageous. Who are you? Queen Frigga asked. Stop. Queen Frigga warned. I can spare your life. He was about to take the reality stone from Mary Jane, but he found that it was just an illusion, and it was an illusion cast by Queen Frigga. No, to be more precise, it was the reality stone on his daughter-in-law. I won't tell you. Queen Frigga said directly. The case was solved. The illusion that Loki knew was taught by his mother, Queen Frigga, and the effect of the illusion was amazing. This scene was seen by Thor, the god of thunder. Seeing that he was deceived, Malekith was furious and roared at Queen Frigga, where is the ether? It was something that he had sealed with his own hands, and then somehow it fell on his daughter-in-law. But the next second, the dark elf warrior pierced Queen Frigga's body with a sword, killing her instantly. At this time, in the picture, the dark elf king Malekith had come to Frigga's bedroom, which was a trick, to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Who knew that in the next second, he was cut by Queen Frigga's sword, and blood flowed. The two sides competed in swordsmanship, and Malekith, the king of the dark elves, was completely defeated. He was suppressed in just a few moves. You took my things, child. I believe it. The dark elf king Malekith nodded and recognized the courage of Queen Frigga. However, just when Thor, the god of thunder, was relieved, he saw that the dark elf warrior who had created the chaos at the beginning had come to the bedroom at some point and had come behind Queen Frigga and easily caught her when she was not prepared. But before they could think about it, the scene continued. Odin easily solved these invaders, showing his terrible strength as a father-level strongman, but he realized at this time that he seemed to have been tricked. The other part, his target was not him at all, but his Queen Frigga. At this time, Malekith seemed to have regained his elegance and stepped forward and said, "Give it back to me." Queen Frigga's fighting power was also quite amazing. "I'm Malekith, come to take back what belongs to me," Malekith said and looked at Mary Jane, even going past Queen Frigga to go directly to Mary Jane. "You can't do anything to me, woman." Dark Elf King Malekith just said coldly, "No." Thor roared and threw his Thor's hammer, but still failed to stop Malekith from escaping. The two fathers and sons were only one step late, but it was this step that made them lose their loved ones. Jane Foster on the side could only watch Queen Frigga die to protect herself. Everyone was silent, and Thor was in tears. But the scene continued. It was just a grand funeral. King Odin and Thor watched Queen Frigga, dressed in her best clothes, lying on a boat, going farther and farther along the river of Asgard. Finally, Odin ignited it, turned it into a ball of starlight, and sank into the depths of the universe. All the people in Asgard arrived to see Queen Frigga off. At the same time, Loki was also informed of the death of Queen Frigga. Loki remained calm on his face, but after a moment he could not control his anger and shook the tables and chairs in the prison away. He didn't know that the source of all the tragedies was his words. He reminded the Dark Elf warrior that he originally wanted to cause some trouble to his brother, but who would have thought that it would eventually cause such a tragedy? A god who is good at pranks will eventually pay a huge price for pranks. After watching the video, Thor's breathing became more and more rapid, and he was sad from the heart. Malekith. Thor roared with red eyes, and his divine power could not be controlled at all, and he exploded directly. He felt a terrifying force boiling in his body. He was breaking through, and he had a terrifying force that needed to be vented. He knew that this was not the future, at least not the future on his timeline. He still had a chance to change. As long as he could get rid of the Dark Elves, there would be hope. This matter seemed to have originated from Loki. If Loki had not given her some pointers, Queen Frigga would not have died. But the problem was that, if we wanted to trace the source was the Dark Elf Malekith. His younger brother Loki was naughty, so of course he had to deal with him, but the real deep hatred was still with the Dark Elves. He had never wanted to kill the Dark Elf King Malekith as much as he did now. What kind of benevolent king? What about ruling the 9 realms with kindness instead of force? In his eyes now, were all bullshit. He just wanted to vent his anger. At this time, Lin Feng, who was writing a diary, suddenly felt the active lightning factor around him. Although ordinary people might not feel it, it was so obvious to Lin Feng. He could even sense that the top of the building was covered with dark clouds, and there was thunder and lightning surging in it. There was even a huge divine power raging like a storm. "Oh no, it's Thor." Lin Feng reacted immediately. In his base, there was no one else who could trigger such a large-scale thunder and lightning force except Thor. People in this world are actually much stronger than they were in the movies before. For example, Thor, the god of thunder, looks like a hammer throwing guy in the video. But in reality, he cast a spell to guide the thunder and lightning down, which is enough to completely destroy the entire base. Just like the artillery shells and missiles in reality, the power is probably much greater than what most people imagine in their minds. The reason why Hulk can become a walking nuclear weapon is because of this. The strength of these people is much more terrifying than what is shown in movies and TV dramas. For example, Captain America Rogers, why he was established as an absolute model in World War II is because when the terrain is favorable, he can really single-handedly slaughter a regiment-level unit. Isn't Thor drunk? No, we can't let him go crazy. Lin Feng made a decision immediately. In an instant, he used the dimensional portal to instantly appear in front of Thor and immediately saw that his eyes were red and the power of thunder was boiling in his body. He seemed to be very sad. However, he did not notice that at the moment he appeared on the table in Thor's room, the diary turned into a stream of light and merged into Thor's body. Are you breaking through? Lin Feng felt that the energy in Thor's body was constantly surging and forming a terrible frenzy. At this time, Thor had just reacted because he had witnessed the death of his mother, and the source of divine power in his body was also constantly growing. Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. How could he break through at this time? But he was not surprised, because Thor had such power in his body. In theory, their bloodline was enough to support him to break through to the level of the Father of Heaven, but Thor had never experienced enough training before. Look, didn't Hela break through to the Father of Heaven early? Thor, with red eyes, looked directly at Lin Feng, but the next second, he was dragged out of his base by Lin Feng and appeared directly above the Sahara Desert. Let's fight here. I also want to learn how powerful the Thor of Asgard is, Lin Feng said with a smile. Thor, who had just experienced the pain of losing his mother, also wanted to vent his desire to destroy. He recognized that the method used by Lin Feng was the dimensional portal commonly used by those mages. He didn't know where Lin Feng learned it, but he never mentioned it in his diary. It can be seen that when Lin Feng wrote his diary, he deliberately avoided the deepest secrets. Even the Traveser himself cannot be regarded as Lin Feng's most core secret. Even if one day the diary is picked up by others, and they know that he is a Traveser, so what? He can now say that the foundation of his existence in this world is still his strength. Foresight can only provide some convenience, and the strength he has mastered, the source of his strength, and other information are the key to his secret. In Lin Feng's opinion, the data from his physical test that S.H.I.E.L.D. had managed to get were just minor details and did not involve his real core secrets. After all, who would write a diary? Who would really write the most core secrets in their diary? What was written in the diary could be a core secret. Despicable. Chapter 200 How can Asgard be both powerful and not powerful? Although Lin Feng was not very aware of his own thoughts, he almost instinctively concealed the existence of this diary system, including the lucky draw wheel and the abilities he had obtained. In his heart, this was a core secret that was even higher than his identity as a time traveler, and it was also the real secret he would take to his coffin. The many mysteries of this world recorded in the diary were just a way for him to vent his homesickness, and it was also something he had to do to complete the daily update. Okay, let's fight. Thor also needed to vent his anger. In such an arid place as the Sahara Desert, thunderclouds suddenly appeared in the sky, and then there was an infinite power of thunder boiling in it, forming thunder dragons. No matter how many times Lin Feng teased that he was the god of hammers instead of the god of thunder, he was the god of thunder after all, and he was different from those who mastered the power of thunder after birth. He was born with the power of thunder and shared part of the authority of the great laws of this universe. Because he was not the only god of thunder, even among the gods, Thor was a high god, but he was not the only god of thunder. For example, there is another god king who is famous for his thunder power, Zeus of the Olympian pantheon. Thinking of this, Thor swung the Thor's hammer in his hand, and the thunder power became more and more boiling. It formed a field around him, and swept towards Lin Feng. Bang! No one said that a white odding could give birth to a black child. It's so ugly. Hill couldn't help but complain. Although she was a top agent, she was just a woman after all. At this time, she still felt that the Dark Elves were too ugly. Lin Feng was floating in the air, watching these electric snakes entangled in her body. At most, she could only numb herself slightly, and then dissolve, and it hardly posed any threat. Why is it different from what she saw in movies and TV series? In movies and TV series, all kinds of elves look good. Are only dark elves ugly? At the same time, in SHIELD, everyone just finished watching the death of Thor's mother, and looked at each other. The two sides collided with each other, forming a terrifying frenzy that rolled back. Fortunately, there was nothing here except sand. He hadn't been able to do it properly for a long time. Everyone nodded, although they felt it was outrageous. Whether it was Heimdall or Asgard, the combat power they showed was like bullshit. But there is no doubt that some details are enough to show their advanced technology, or in other words, advanced magic. In a flash, Thor almost turned into a stream of light and rushed over. Boom. Nick Fury didn't know that the black man was Heimdall. After all, Heimdall in mythology was a blonde and blue-eyed white god, and the offspring of Odin. Nice trick, but it's not enough, Lin Feng said loudly. The two sides were like two streams of light constantly colliding in the sky, and the sand under them began to crystallize. The violent collision formed a huge storm center in the local area. They are a little ugly, but their technological level is not weak. First of all, they have a spaceship that can reach Asgard. Just this point alone is much better than us, Nick Fury said. And the camouflage used for disguise is almost invisible to the naked eye, and there is not even any sound. It's just that the Asgardians seem to have other means to sense the existence of his spaceship. Otherwise, they would almost be fooled. This is incredible. The technical level is very high. Since obtaining the power of the Homelander, although it has not been developed to the extreme, there are not many people in the world who can be called his opponents. Boom. Boom. This feeling is very similar to watching the Chitauri at the beginning. Watching these people who obviously have the ability to travel in space and even cross-dimensional navigation use cold weapons to fight. It feels extremely discordant. You say it's amazing. It seems that they are not exactly the same as the gods imagined. You say it's not amazing. This trick is really beyond the reach of Earthlings. Even the Asgardians are the same. You say it's amazing, but just a few spaceships can kill to your capital and your palace. But you say it's not amazing. Some of their technologies are simply beyond your reach. For example, when Queen Frigga was buried, the river flowing out of Asgard was deeply rooted. This is not on a certain planet, but in a certain dimension, running the world in a way that the Earthlings cannot understand. This feeling is similar to the feeling of the Chinese people now looking at Europeans and Americans. If you say he is not powerful, there are always some areas that are still powerful, and some technologies can collect patent fees that are soft. But if you say he is powerful, that is too unfair to yourself. The degree of lameness in many places is jaw-dropping. It is really powerful and not powerful. As long as these aliens don't involve us and have nothing to do with us, it really feels great. Although it is a bit sorry to say, Thor, I finally saw that something is a matter between pure alien races and has nothing to do with us. We don't need to rack our brains to consider how to deal with it. Hawkeye Barton shrugged and said, especially for people like him who are called superheroes, but are actually ordinary people at most, how powerless they are in the face of those major events. So now seeing that there is something that has nothing to do with the Earth, he feels so relaxed. Finally, I can watch this matter with a pure melon-eating mentality. Tony Stark is considering some of the details shown in this video, such as light shield technology, such as beam weapons, etc., which have been popularized among the two ethnic groups of Asgard and the Dark Elves. Although I don't know how difficult it is to realize these technologies from a magical level, it is still very difficult to achieve them from a scientific point of view. There are also Dark Elf spaceships, which can be completely invisible. This kind of invisibility is not similar to the invisible fighters on Earth, but not only optical invisibility, but also radar invisibility, and all aspects can be invisible. Even sound can be invisible. If it weren't for Heimdall's amazing perception, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to find it at all. I don't know how much higher the technological content is than his armor. But do you dare to think of using cold weapons for such two awesome civilizations? There are some hot weapons mixed in the cold weapons, as if they did not go through the stage of industrial development, but jumped directly from the cold weapon era to the interstellar era, while retaining the characteristics of weapons in both eras. No, their social civilization is completely different from human society. Maybe they really don't have an industrial age. It's possible that they jumped from the cold weapon age to the interstellar age directly, because they studied magic. Tony Stark touched his beard and thought, if it's the technology side, this is very unreasonable. But if it's the magic side, then everything is hard to say, because he has never really come into contact with the civilization of the magic side, and he doesn't know whether the civilization of the magic side can really skip this stage and enter the interstellar age directly. It is an interstellar civilization with the characteristics of the magic side. Of course, let alone the interstellar civilization of the magic side, he has never seen even the civilization of the science side. For example, if we look at the civilization of the technology side, to enter the universe, at least we must have nuclear fusion as a power source, and we must have the ability to travel at the speed of light. Otherwise it is impossible to fly out of the solar system. But these civilizations on the magic side are really hard to measure with these. At least Tony Stark can't measure with these. But whether it's Asgard or the Dark Elves, it seems that there are so few people. Tony Stark said, the legendary Asgard looks like a small city, so there aren't that many people there. And from the video, there are tall buildings, but not many, and not very tall either. So judging from the living area, there aren't that many people, unless they can tolerate a much smaller living and survival area than the people on Earth. The invasion of the Dark Elves is just a mothership and a few small spaceships, and the defense of Asgard doesn't seem to be that big. Tony Stark thought it was outrageous. But when he thought that the Chitauri fit his understanding of interstellar civilization, he came to his senses. Maybe the civilization on the magic side is not necessarily like this. For example, on Earth, if the wizards of Kamataj are regarded as a civilization, the combat power of this civilization is enough to shock the universe. The demons slaughtered by the Ancient One can even circle the solar system. What level of combat power is this? If these demons are based on Dormammu as a reference standard, then Kamataj can achieve a single-handed foothold at the top of the universe. Even the Ancient One doesn't need those magicians at all. Only one person can form a god-level civilization. This may be the magic of the magic side civilization. It is completely different from the technology side. It is also possible that these civilizations have a relatively low fertility rate. From the existing data, the lifespan of these Aesir is very long. In that video, Thor lived for nearly 1,000 years. Although it is not known whether ordinary Aesir also have such a long life like Thor, it is much longer than ordinary humans. It should be a reasonable speculation. Jarvis said at this time. This is also in line with the normal natural law that the fertility rate of the immortal species is relatively difficult. Tony Stark thought about it, and it seemed to make sense. Let alone alien planets, isn't it the case on Earth? The higher the level and the longer the lifespan of the organism, the lower the fertility efficiency. The lower the level of the organism, the shorter the lifespan, and the more amazing the fertility rate. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.